Welcome back, everybody. It's day 2. It's day 2 in a row. This is a rarity for me. Streaming 2 days in a row. I appreciate the little waiting. I have to do some things while I go live. I gotta do a little bit of shilling. A little bit of networking. And I can only do it once it goes live. So I gotta have the live in a few minutes screen up. Z Richingtons, yo, hey, welcome. Large order of Sotko souse, please. There may be some souse today. There was definitely some souse yesterday with the SEC pressing charges against Trevon James and several others from the BitConnect fiasco. I would say that was some souse. Not that I want to see Trevon James or any of the other YouTubers really busted for it, because to some degree I really don't believe that everybody knew that it was a Ponzi scheme for 100%. You know, they weren't really a part of it. They were just shilling it for the money. And I think there's a fundamental difference there. Toprick, what's up? Great background music as well. Thank you. I discovered it. It's non-copyright music. Vorn, thank you. Now we're just waiting for Meep from Meep Vestments to come into Twitch. I just wonder where he is. Jeez, like where could he be? Germany's greatest investment firm, Meep Vestments, in any German-speaking country in the world, apart from Austria. There's a couple bigger firms in Austria, but we don't count those. Anyway, so welcome. We're going to be mostly focusing on the TA of ADA and Doge today because they're incredibly popular, and why not? We're also going to be talking about some news and stuff as well. Bitcoin is going to 10,000 exactly 100 as predicted. Well, I predicted last night before the stream would end, people were wondering, hey, like by the end of tonight, is it going to go back up? Is it going to go down? And I said it was going to stick between 36,000 and 34,000. It is in between my prediction. I didn't think it was going to go anywhere after last night. It did, however, go up to 37,000 briefly, like right at the end of my stream. But there wasn't anything in the news that would really make it go down or up from that point. So I didn't think it was really going anywhere based on like the look of the charts and things like that. So I was kind of correct on that. We're still at the same place. Oh, here we are, Meep Vestments on Twitch. Wow. Unbelievable. What a presence. Do you think the crypto market rebound on Monday? That's possible. There was like $2.1 billion of crypto futures expirations. And that was like a couple days ago or yesterday. So it kind of makes sense while we went down in Bitcoin a little bit. Usually during the crypto expirations, Bitcoin goes down. I mean, sometimes it goes up, but that's usually only when it's really, really bullish. So it is past the last Friday of the month. So the last Friday of the month of every month is when futures expire for cryptocurrency. Many futures in the markets, but for cryptocurrency in particular, that's what I know about, is Friday. So usually days before that expiration on Friday, typically prices go down. I mean, if it's looking bearish at all, prices go down. If it's looking bullish at all, usually prices kind of go up a little bit. So that makes total sense. It was like 2.1 billion, so that's pretty significant. What do you think about mining in 2021? Mining is surprisingly fine in 2021. Ethereum is just consistently profitable. It depends on how many fees there are currently. So it depends on the fees at the moment. So yeah, I mean, we're looking at like only 0.8 Ethereum, 0.6 in the block. Yeah, so the fees are really low right now, so miners are not making very much when it comes to mining Ethereum. But like a month ago, weeks ago, the fees for Ethereum were something like 7 whole Ethereum per block, 9 Ethereum per block, just in fees. The block reward does not change. Well, it does over time, but for the most part, it's static. It's always 2. It used to be 3. Now it's 2. So when Ethereum is back up to like 4, 5, 6 Ethereum per block in predictions, or in predictions in fees per block, that's when you're making a ton in terms of mining Ethereum. But yeah, Ravencoin is almost always profitable. Like since its inception, it's basically always profitable. Ethereum Classic a little bit, depends on how high the price of Ethereum Classic is versus like the difficulty at the time. So that's kind of depends. It was the last Friday of the month. Yeah, that's when futures expire. What do you think about XR? Any prediction? You mean XRP? Again, I mean, it's kind of slumping right now. Oh, we were looking up Spark last night. We were wondering where Spark was. It's just like disappeared out of everybody's minds. There was that XRP Spark airdrop, and it just there is no Spark. It doesn't exist still. So we were wondering about that last night. But yeah, at 92 cents right now, it's just dumping. I mean, with the whole market. I mean, even Binance Coin 340. Everything's way down. I mean, even Doge is way down comparatively. You know, a lot of people probably bought in 40, 50, 60 cents. So they're all kind of wrecked. Everything is slumping. But the thing about XRP is that when the SEC lawsuit blows over, which I think is going to end in a settlement, there's not a lot of news around that lawsuit at the moment. They're just sort of, Ripple is just sort of preparing their defense, and one good thing Ripple got, they won the information of why Bitcoin and Ethereum are not considered securities by the SEC. That's not like public information. You sort of have to request that and win it from your lawyers. You sort of have to argue why you need that information, which is weird. But so they have that information now of why Bitcoin and Ethereum are not securities, and so they can use that in their defense. So that's going to help Ripple a lot. And because I would like to see Ripple win this. I'm not a big XRP fan, but I would like to see XRP win this, because that would set a precedent against the SEC that the SEC is losing every time. Because they lost against Bitcoin, they lost against Ethereum, and I want to see the SEC lose against XRP too. I want to see them lose against every single cryptocurrency. I don't want any of them to be securities. But I think it's going to end in settlement. I think Ripple will just end up paying some millions of dollars or something in damages, you know, and just admit fault, you know, and be like, okay, we didn't do it right. And the SEC says, okay, you're not a security, but you also committed something wrong, right? Like legally you committed something wrong, but you're not a security. And on the other side, Ripple says, okay, we did something wrong, but we're not a security. We'll give you money. This all goes over. And I think when that happens, there will be a big FOMO into XRP, because first of all, like 30 exchanges delisted and suspended XRP. So like 30 of them. Like we're talking Coinbase, I mean a ton of them. Seth is around. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, if he wants to hop into Discord or something, we can have a chat. Well, in my Discord, I think he's a part of my Discord. But yeah, so once that blows over, I think there'll be a big FOMO back in. Imagine 30 exchanges relisting and unsuspending XRP, and imagine like maybe Grayscale will make a new XRP fund now that they know that there's no possibility of it being a security, et cetera, et cetera. So a price prediction. I used to predict $3 or $2 Ethereum, or excuse me, XRP. So $2 XRP, probably pretty quick. It depends. Like if the market is bad, like it is now, and it blows over, like let's say the SEC lawsuit goes away, it ends in settlement, everything's fine, it's not a security. there may not be that big of a rally. It might go up 10, 20, 30%, right? But if the market was in full bull run, yeah, XRP to $2 to $3 because there would just be so much more volume. It'd be unbelievable. Like 30 exchanges. $5 XRP, that's really high. I don't know about that. We were almost at $2 XRP with the SEC lawsuit, during the SEC lawsuit. So without the SEC lawsuit, yes, $2, maybe $3. But again, with the whole market crashing like this, it might not do so good. It depends on when the timing is of the SEC lawsuit going away in terms of XRP. So that's my thoughts on that. It depends on the timing. It really does. Yeah, so in the voice channel. Meep is in the voice channel as well. Wow.
In person.
In person. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm still looking for sales.
Yeah, he's on. He messaged me back. He said, "Sorry I missed this. I'm ready and want to help boost your signal." It's not about boosting my signal. I just wanted to just have some people to chat with. Yeah, can you invite him into the Discord chat room? I think he's already a part of it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would check. I would check.
Yeah. There it is. All right.
Oh, right.
Got ourselves a little shindig now. Excellent. Yeah, so I messaged Hydro. I messaged Goose. Hydro can't make it. Hydro said he's busy today, and I messaged Seth. And I don't know if Goose will make it. He didn't get back to me. I just figured get some other tubers in here. But yeah, so far, guys, we got in Discord chat for the show. We got Meep from Meep Investments, Germany's greatest cryptocurrency investment firm in the world, apart from Austria. And we got Seth Estrada. I don't know if you guys know Seth Estrada. Seth Estrada has a YouTube channel, mostly deals with mining. Lately, he's been talking a lot about Chia, and he basically has a very similar opinion to Chia than me, that if you don't know what you're doing, you're just going to lose a lot of your hard drives.
100%, MrSotko. Way too many people just not doing their homework. Just like you've been talking about with the markets, not doing their homework, jumping in, getting wrecked.
Yeah. Totally.
I would like to talk about Chia a little bit today, later on maybe, because we are actually mining Chia, and we are trying to get it up to a bigger scale.
Yeah, you told me the other day that you're at like how big is your plots at the moment?
At the moment, we are at 7 terabyte per day, so round about 71 plots each day.
Yeah, because I heard like, some people have like huge space and they're just not getting any blocks, and then like the SSDs are dying out in like 6 weeks, because people aren't using like the industrial ones. People are just using like run of the mill, like go to the store, buy an SSD, and they're like, yeah, this will be fine. And people don't get how SSDs operate, that the plot is going to fill up the entire SSD and then get deleted and then fill up the whole SSD over and over and over. And your SSDs do not last. It's not gonna happen. So all the little memory, what have yous on them.
Yep. Your 6 weeks estimation is correct. So normal SSDs don't hold out much longer than two or 3 months, maybe, and then they are totally wrecked. So we use Enterprise One NVMs.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're using the good stuff, then I mean it's a totally different story.
We didn't got any Chia as well because it's only solo mining for now, and we are waiting for legit pools to hop over.
Yeah.
This is one of the concerns that I have also, Sotko, is like we're seeing that the official pooling protocol is supposed to hit, but in the meantime, like what is everybody who's actually earning money doing? They're going to an unofficial pool called H pool that actually compromises the privacy of everybody who contributes to it. And they're doing it for a quick buck, but they're also not really doing the math on that, figuring out, okay, well, I can contribute to this pool that's unofficial and get some return daily, right, for the amount of plots that I have active right now. But they're not running the numbers to see really how long their runway is there before they have to start all over again for the official pooling protocol, and replot everything for the official pools, starting totally from scratch and seeing, yeah, they're making a little bit of return. Like their internal rate of return is something, right? It's above zero, but it's not going to help them be made whole on their hardware purchases. So then they go back into the official pools, starting from scratch, and push their time to when they actually get their initial investment back. They just push it out by an additional month or 2 or 6 or whatever. They're just not they're not being particularly smart about this, and they're not really helping the coin to stay decentralized, right? Nobody seems to value that anymore. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, that's also a thing. Like Binance Smart Chain, comes along, and I gotta admit, Binance Smart Chain it's doing pretty well. It's doing real well with whole Pancake Swap and all the tokens coming out on it. But whatever happened to, nobody cares anymore. It's nobody cares about the decentralization factor of it. And with Chia, Chia comes along, and it's effectively Burst Coin with a different sort of mechanic to it, and people getting all kinds of wrecked, and they're on these unofficial pools with these unofficial ways of operation, and so it's just gonna be it's kind of a disaster as people see this high price and they're like, oh yeah, I can do that, I just fill up my hard drive, and then they just never get any blocks, and they don't realize how quick SSDs can actually be wrecked. I mean, if it's just your home computer and you just got, some games on it or something like that, not a problem. But if you're writing the entirety of the hard drive and deleting it on a daily basis, and writing, a 1 terabyte SSD ends up writing like a petabyte of information before it ends up dying, and that happens in like 6 weeks.
Yeah, they're not hearing it all. So, quick question on audio. I got some feedback from your live comments that my volume was low. Is this a little better?
Yeah, that's a little bit better. I had turned you up in Discord to 150% or something like that. Yeah, you're a little bit low, I suppose. But the 17 watching and only 6 likes, that happens. Yeah, guys, hit the like button. Come on, it's easy, and it brings me up in the ratings and whatnot. But yesterday was a great stream. It was amazing. I had 92 total viewers, organically, and that was my biggest stream ever. And so I was like, okay, I guess I'll try it again tomorrow, because I got nothing going on today. It's a rainy day, can't really do too much.
Yeah, it was massive. So my take on that is mining Chia privately with private hardware you have in any way is just not worth it. You need to be faster than the network. That's the only chance you have. So that's my conclusion for now.
Yeah, you got the perfect operation for that too. I mean, you got all those, all the tech servers in your business, and
yep.
The ability to sort of business buy a whole bunch of equipment and stuff, and the right equipment, not just some run of the mill, go to Best Buy and get some SSDs and start hooking them up. It's got to be something a little bit better than that.
Yeah, and we can write it off taxes. That's another point. But Seth, I do not totally agree with all your negative shills on Chia. So
go ahead and tell me your reasons, Meep, and I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Yeah, I know, but you scared me. That's a fair point. So you are right using the calculator, but for a start, you are underestimating the price movement of Chia, I think, because it's always the same thing.
I'm gonna let you finish, but first, everybody who said that to me in my preliminary videos said that when it was at $1,600, it immediately got chopped in half, brother. It got slayed within 48 hours.
Yeah.
Well, everyone was crowing about but exponential growth upwards, number go up. I was like, guys, you can. It's okay to live around hopium, yeah, right. We're in crypto, but you can't breathe it in.
Yeah. So I have a question for you guys. I don't mean to interrupt the whole debate over who's right and wrong. We'll continue with that because I'm sure that's juicy drama. But my question is, okay, SSDs do that's a well-known thing, or at least it should be well-known for anybody even remotely in tech, that SSDs die out by writing and reading. But what about the M2s, the ones that you're using, Meep? Do those die out over time because of writing and reading and writing?
Can I intercept that one really fast? You're talking about a difference in bus. So remember the old AGP graphics cards, Sotko?
Oh, sure,
like
yeah.
Before we had PCI Express, right?
Right.
It was like, oh, yeah, just a different bus. The same technology lives on the other side of that bus. M.2 is just a way to access the storage medium itself.
Yeah.
But the writes and rewrites, they can be exactly the same, and in some cases they can be worse. And they're sold, at least on the consumer side, their build is something that's just amazing because that bus speed and the bandwidth is higher for NVMe. So you get far faster read times, far faster write times, but you still have the same amount of longevity in the drive itself. Like that can still be a totally separate variable.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Yep. And to your point before, you got a lot of people who are seeing that like Chia could be profitable, and they're saying, okay, well, I get the fastest drives possible. I'm going to grab some of these NVMe's from Best Buy or Micro Center or whatever's close to me, right? Whatever the chain is, the big box store. I'm going to go pay retail for drives and expect to somehow get ahead, and then I'm going to just beat them to within an inch of their life, see them stop writing anymore, right? Fail in read-only mode. And then wring my hands like, okay, now what do I do? And the some of the solutions that have been offered by other tech YouTubers or crypto YouTubers. One guy by the name of his handle is Sloth Tech TV, and I loved what he said. I've got a couple of servers that I got for plotting here in my little studio, and what he said totally resonated with me because I already had this going on in a couple of servers. If you buy older generations of enterprise hardware, then generally speaking, they'll come with older SAS drives already installed and some kind of an onboard RAID controller. So you got enterprise grade RAID and you got enterprise SAS drives that, sure, they're spinning platters or whatever. It's older tech.
Yeah.
But it's older tech that's designed for 24/7 uptime for so many writes and rewrites because you may be provisioning VMs or VPSs for, like it's general purpose. And it's presumed that you could be, as a business purpose, renting out smaller amounts of all of the capacity of either the drives or the CPU or the RAM, and that after you subparcel it out, you're going to delete those volumes and start all over again, like ad nauseum, right? 24/7. You're just going to keep on going until customers stop paying you for it.
Yeah,
And
the thing is with RAID 0, though, RAID 0 can actually be faster than some SSDs, or at least some of the initial SSDs that came out. Maybe not some of the M2s nowadays, but like RAID 0 is, totally underestimated. RAID 0 hauls. Like if you get a couple, you get some 10,000 RPM hard drives, put them all in RAID 0, it'll run indefinitely and it'll be incredibly fast. So
yeah, that's exactly right. And then some of these older servers too, you may luck out and have just like as a freebie, right? Just already pre-populated in the drive bays. You may have some 15K RPM SAS drives.
All the cheetahs back in the day. There was something like that. They were named like Cheetah or something. They were like 15 or 17,000 RPMs. I like way back in the day when I had a Pentium 4. I was always eyeing those up, but they were like 20 gigabytes, back in the day.
Yeah, well, and now in some of the servers though, like you're still getting servers that come pre-populated with that. Like it's not an obvious design choice in data centers to have every single drive bay be populated by solid state drives. It's still very popular to have spinning platters in your major storage volumes. Good grief, that's why we have the 18 terabyte consumer drives now on spinning platters and not SSDs. Yeah. There's always more capacity on spinning platters. So when you scale up that way, and like you said, you just do a proper like data access topology, RAID, and now you've got the best of both worlds. You've got ultra high capacity and you've got ultra fast access speeds.
Yeah, people really underestimate RAID 0. They think like, oh, that's old school stuff. That's the platter hard drives, HDDs. That's got to be slow. But RAID 0 ain't a joke. Like even you could make a comparable RAID 0 setup to an SSD. For sure, especially if you had a good few of them, it gets faster the more you have. Like the faster the data is going to be spread out. But so Chia is interesting. I kind of find it. I don't know how well. I don't really get it so much. Like why why even bother like filling up all these hard drives and then emptying them? For some reason, I'm not really on board with the Chia thing. I feel like it's going to wreck a lot of people, and it's sort of just an unnecessary process, which I suppose you could argue proof of work is, etc. But I don't know, something about Chia. I never really got into Burst Coin either, which is a similar like proof of capacity type kind of deal. I suppose Chia is like proof of storage, and Burst was considered proof of capacity, but it's effectively almost the same thing. And
100%, man. That's the big marketing lie too, right? Where it's like, oh, we're way different from Burst. Really? Explain, like in an Eli 5, how can you explain that you're different from Burst?
I mean, kinda. I don't know. It's a different iteration, but it's basically the same thing. But anyway, yeah, you're right. Everyone's like, oh, it's gonna be going up in price, and it's halved. It's exactly halved right now, and that's the way usually crypto market goes. Something new comes out, it just goes up and up and up and up and then down. So it's hard to get something that's just consistently up or a consistently good price.
Sotko, while we're still on the Chia bit though, here's my prediction for Chia post bull run. I think we're going to see this is our support level or below, maybe as low as $400 even. Half of what it is now will be our final resting support once we get back into the bear market. And everybody who keeps saying like you're ignoring future exponential growth, it's like, yeah, sure, 4 years from now, maybe, if it's still around for the next halving cycle and riding the coattails of Bitcoin. But for right now, nah, man, it's going to do what every other altcoin does after a bull run. It's going to play dead and lick its wounds until Bitcoin goes up in price 4 years from now, and then it's going to flex and act all hard like, look, we had a little bit of development when they were just like updating libraries and dependencies and and changing white spaces on GitHub, and then come back with their fearless leader Bran Cohen saying like, well, now you guys don't feel so bad about giving me that pre-mine, do you? You don't feel so bad about my CEO salary. You don't feel so bad about me becoming additionally, an additional multimillionaire off of this new project that I dumped on you. It's just like, we've seen this thousands of times, literally, in the altcoin space. Why does this seem new?
I'm seeing a bit of a correlation in like at the point of which, yeah, for sure. Check this out. Like if you look at Burst Coin, all of its life, I mean, it's like really like sub 1 cent. And right when Chia came out around, we'll call it early May, Burst Coin starts going way up in price, which makes total sense, right? Because there's this new, wasn't the developer of Chia like somebody famous or something, or like really popular? I barely did any research on it, but like Chia comes out, it's popular, it's rising in price, and so does Burst, and that just goes to show, like, look, like right about the same time, it just explodes in value, and so it's just people just trying to copycat it, and it just goes to show how similar Burst and Chia are. They're just both a proof of capacity, and Chia comes out, and people are like, oh, like now my Burst is going to be worth a lot of money, when it's just nobody cared about it before that. So it's weird how the market cycles really work, and how the trend cycles work in crypto. Like, for a while there it was yield farming. Remember the yield farming? That was great. Like sending all of your BAT over the Ethereum network and paying $30 so that you could get 30% APY for like 7 hours, and then it would go back down. And then it was like NFTs, and then like DeFi, and then NFTs, et cetera, et cetera. So we just go in these waves, and now it's like this proof of capacity wave, and Burst Coin just explodes. Like I got the charts up next to each other, and it's pretty similar.
Heck yeah, man. No, I firmly believe that the NFT pump of this market cycle is going to be that, and then plus BitClout, right? BitClout is going to be the BitConnect of this bull run, and then NFTs will be like the ICOs of the last bull run, where like, when we're sifting through the rubble in the next bear market, and we're like, okay, what did we learn? We'll look back at those two things and be like, right. We see detonators here and here, and we were sabotaged yet again by the greedy bastards who came in to try to attack Ethereum, but this time through NFTs.
Yeah, NFTs, yep. That's such a ridiculous market. $36,000 for a Bad Luck Brian meme. Whoever bought that, good luck trying to resell that one.
It's just more. I totally lost the overview of all these NFT applications, products, or real asset NFTs, marketplaces. It's just all over,
Yeah,
and
it
it's
got
hard.
it
It's
got
hard to
lost.
find. It's hard to find out which could be the good picks and which are just like nothing.
NFTs turned in from a great idea, which it still is a great idea, and it will be in the future too. It's not like it's going anywhere, but NFTs essentially turned from a great idea to like, hey, look, we can take real world assets and then put it on the blockchain, and only you own this because it's immutable from the blockchain, and it's like having a certificate that you own something in the same way, right? And it's like, okay, that's a great idea. Like I can get down with that. Like that sounds pretty useful, particularly in the future as more people figure it out. And then it was just like, hey, but we can also copy paste images from Google and sell them for $36,000. Like this is great. And it turned it into it really ruined the true development. And like you were saying, Meep, that like now it's hard to find the good picks from the bad picks because it's just this mix of JPEGs that people literally just right clicked on and save image as and then wrote it to the blockchain. It was like, yeah, this is a meme, $36,000, please.
Boson Protocol was one of these examples. I think it's down to 80 cents now. And meanwhile, since we saw Boson Protocol, I saw like three or four other projects just doing the same thing.
Yeah, it's even worse than that, Sotko. Like, so as far as like right clicking and copying the JPEG or whatever, you can go so far as to just look up the smart contract and figure out where it's stored on the blockchain if it's backed by something like IPFS, and you can just take the same IPFS hash. You don't even have to copy it. You just make a pointer in your next mint of an NFT and point it at the same blob storage wherever it is on somebody's server or on AWS or on IPFS. And like you don't even have to go through the trouble or waste the internet bandwidth of copying and pasting. You just like make a pointer to where it already lives, and investors don't even know the difference.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, I guess I really didn't even think about that. That you could just essentially put it on a different platform. It's still like it could just be on the blockchain multiple times, and and exactly, you wouldn't have any idea which one's correct or where it is. God, what a fiasco! People will do anything for money. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I could have sold Bad Luck Brian meme for $36,000, I would have sold Bad Luck Brian meme for $36,000. But like, it's ridiculous looking at it from outside the glass. Like staring at this chaos of, overly obsessed girlfriend selling for $411,000. It's just it's outrageous. What is this?
But I
Oh
will say
man.
about for some of the artists, like whatever the overly obsessed girlfriend, that gal, she had a mental breakdown on YouTube, right, years ago, and she was one of those like literal accidental overnight successes on YouTube, not the 10-year overnight successes that you and I are trying to become, I guess. But like, I'm just saying, man, it's hard out there for a YouTube hustler, and only people on the inside really know. But like for her, she was one of those literal overnight successes, and then like did really well and went all to like the VidCons and all the other events where like now Mr. Beast is like the primary speaker, and they give him like he earns $500,000 overnight just by showing up to give a rah-rah speech to all the other YouTubers. Like, and she was part of all that dog and pony show for a while, and had a mental breakdown because of it. So it's kind of weird for her. The NFT thing, I do get like the warm fuzzies when I see gals like her finally sort of have some closure with all their stuff, like do well,
Yeah,
and kind of have a happy exit.
I can appreciate that because she directly sold that NFT, not just somebody like saving it offline and then putting it on the blockchain and saying, "Look, buy this meme." It was like her that sold that meme, and it went to her, and that's fair enough. You sold yourself. You know what I mean? Like your past. Your meme, right? That everybody has shared for so many years, and now you finally got some money for it because everybody was sharing it. Although she was a YouTuber, she just wasn't a big one, and she was like a comedian YouTuber, and like it kind of got like or like something like that, and her face just like was so funny that like people started making it the overly obsessed girlfriend and meme and stuff like that. But yeah, I can dig that when somebody sells their meme, their personal meme, and gets their money for how old, you know, how long it's been out. But just a second here. So Black Morden, I appreciate you. Hello again. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. We got Meat from Meat Investments in, and we got Seth Estrada in as well. He's a YouTuber. I'll link him before he goes or before the end of the stream or something at some point. You guys can head on over there. Give him a subscription. He does mining stuff far better than me. And so if you want to learn mining, Seth is the guy for sure. But so good. NFTs return to their market. 0. Lady sold garbage. I have good feelings. I guess. I mean, she got money. She got money for her. Everybody on the internet was using it for like 20 years, you know, so getting 411,000 on it. Fair enough. Yeah, that's fine. But like, I still find it ridiculous. Like somebody who bought it at $411,000, who are you going to resell that to for $450,000 for profit? What, like, who's going to rebuy that for $450,000? That's going to be a tough sell. I'm just saying.
The Chinese triad. I'm sorry, it rhymes with Chinese triad. Just saying. Here's the thing that not a lot of people are talking about, Sotko. And I know you're going to dig into this, and because you've got the data points to connect these dots. Same with Beep. With Beeple, right? Who pays what was it, $69 million for an NFT? Only someone who's trying to launder money. Period.
Yes. There's also a level of like, I'm the first person that bought this. I'm the one that bought this. You know, kind of like buying that's actually the one thing that I was saying, like in some of my older videos about NFTs, is that I can see if you make a Picasso NFT or like some kind of very high-end art where this person was always selling their art for $1 million every time. Like no matter what this person paints, it's $1 million because he's a super famous artist. We're always going to have those. I'm not a big fan of the art like that, but everybody else, you know, a lot of people are, right? You know, Monet's, Picasso's, and like the super famous artists, no matter what they make. And if they make an NFT, that makes sense because they're incredibly famous and you only own one of it, right? But when it comes to these JPEGs, I think that's a completely different story. That NFTs are like art, isn't it? Well, no. NFT is a non-fungible token. So a non-fungible token can be represented as an asset of anything. So you could have a non-fungible token for the Bad Luck Brian meme for a JPEG. That sold for $36,000. Why? Who knows? Or you could have an NFT that represents property or a piece of art or an object or really anything. But people are sort of exploiting it and basically right-clicking on Google and taking images and then putting them on NFT websites. And a lot of people are putting their very own art on there, and that's fine enough. But then you could also flood these NFT websites with garbage. And some people's going to end up buying them somewhere. And if everybody's doing that, if everybody realizes that they can pour it onto these sites and make money off of it, everybody's going to try it. And then when everybody tries something, it turns to crap. It's just always the way it is.
That's true. That's true. But dude, here, fathom the irony though. Where are we where are we publicly complaining about this, hoping to get some ad revenue split? Yeah, right. Here on YouTube, right? Where the same thing happened between 2006 and I guess 2012-ish, right? That early phase of like mega celebrities born on YouTube because of the YouTuber phenomenon, right? But then everybody jumped in. Dude, you got kids too, I think. So like you get it. Anybody who's old enough to talk, any human who's old enough to talk, what do they tell you? Like, oh, I'd love to become a YouTuber. That seems like a valid career choice. I mean, we didn't grow up with that, right? We didn't believe that it was possible to earn money from streaming your likeness on the web to perfect strangers, talking about, you know, Lord knows what, like just whatever tickles their fancy, right? So you start building a bit of a brand online. Like that was not possible. It was like we have people who in their own right on YouTube have become like the new Michael Jacksons, so to speak, of their time. Michael Jackson could have only existed in the age of satellite television, actually. He could not have existed prior to that point. He didn't do quite as well until after a certain phase of media distribution. So I think we're going to find winners and losers, and we're also going to find that cream rises, no matter what the medium is, personally. I think we will find that there are going to be those artists who genuinely merit the attention in NFTs. And like you said, like if you can definitely prove that you're interacting with that artist and you are directly supporting that artist, then yeah, maybe they do make a case. But in the meantime, it's not going to be before, yeah, that this little like pool of NFTs, like where the cream rises, gets completely filled like a septic tank, right? Just full of absolute garbage crap.
Yeah.
So it's a necessary phase.
You're right in that in that you kind of subtly said that we don't really have the tech for these NFTs yet. And I think that happens a lot in crypto, is that we come out with this idea. I mean, like, take the example of CryptoKitties. That was in 2017. Those were NFTs. But did we use the term NFT in 2017? We did not. It was just a game back then. But if you look back on CryptoKitties now, are those NFTs? Absolutely they are. You own these individual CryptoKitties with an individual code base below it, and you specifically own that, and you can transfer it around the Ethereum blockchain. Today, we would call that an NFT. 3 years ago, we didn't have a name for that. It was just a game. It was just CryptoKitties. Now it's an NFT. So we end up creating these things like NFTs, and then we're like, what do we do with this? And then in a few years, we'll know exactly what to do with it. Let me give you another example, Blackboard. And he asked, could you possibly use NFTs for a deed of a house? Sure. I don't know who would, but sure. Yeah, you could put a deed on the Ethereum blockchain. You could burn the deed, and it's going to be on the Ethereum blockchain, and it can never be moved off the Ethereum blockchain. And it's yours until you alter it, right? Or I could take I got some Pokemon cards. I could take a Charizard, and I could burn it. I could take a picture of it beforehand, and then burn it, and then sell it to you and say, okay, look, I've completely relinquished control over this. Look, I burned it on video, but it's on the Ethereum blockchain now. Now you have an NFT of it. You have this non-fungible token that'll never go away of this card, but I burned it. And that's what they did with some art. Like Banksy burned some of his art. Wasn't it Banksy? And he burned his art and made an NFT. No, other people burned his art, but beforehand they made it an NFT.
Yeah, and that actually makes sense to me. I'm with you there. When you show that it's provably scarce in this digital space by saying like, look, there isn't even a physical counterpart to it, because now you don't have the supply chain problem either, right? Where you can decouple the physical asset from the digital asset, right? Like whatever, somebody attacks you with a $5 wrench and they take your Banksy, right, original, but then you still have the NFT because they didn't take your private keys, or vice versa, right? Like they hit you with a $5 wrench and they take your private keys, but you have the original physical artwork in like a bank vault somewhere, right? Like you have that problem in real world with trying to tokenize all like the physical ownership of stuff. It's just, in my opinion, hugely wrongheaded because of that.
It's difficult. Right,
yeah,
unless that object is destroyed and then made entirely. But then again, there is a conundrum there. Like, okay, you got this Banksy painting, and what they did was made it an NFT, and then they burned it. But why wouldn't you just keep it as a painting? Because if there's only going to be one of them, right, which would you prefer? The NFT that's just code base on the blockchain, or would you actually rather have the painting? I go with the painting. I don't get it. If you're only going to make one of them, either way, why not keep the actual object? So some things about NFTs make absolutely no sense. And Zorn in the chat, man, he is very anti-NFT. Hey, Zorn, go get yourself a cup of coffee, man. Take a break, you know? I'm just kidding, but just, go do some yoga, like, kind of just...
Sotko, can I give a shameless plug for a friend there? Maybe if you're going to have coffee, add some CBD oil to it. Make sure it's 50 state legal.
50 state legal CBD oil. There you go. Suggestion. I'm kidding. I'm messing with it. No, I feel you, Zorn. I feel you, dude. Like, some things about NFTs make absolutely no sense. Like, why would you burn a painting when you could just keep the one painting? If you know there's only one painting of it, why, you know what I mean? And then if you're worried about, okay, like, we don't want anybody copying this painting, well, you could just copy the painting after you burn I don't know. Some of it doesn't make any sense. Some of it does. Like, if there is absolutely no real world object, NFTs make sense. If there's a real world object and you decide to destroy that object, then it doesn't make any sense. You could have just kept the real world object. It's just, I don't know.
I just sent you again, speaking of, like, I guess it's a shameless shill, because I know the owner of this NFT, but there's some people who just got like so tired of it right when the trend picked back up again that they didn't even like, they're so low effort that they took stuff that was from the sort of like the absurdist movements and modern art movements of the 1920s and just said like, you know what, shine it. Like history doesn't always perfectly repeat, but it almost always rhymes. And we had the same problem 100 years ago of people just saying like, no, this is art because I say so. This is art now. I don't have to do anything that's beautiful. I don't have to do anything that's challenging. I don't have to do anything that makes you think. I don't have to do anything that took any education on my part, right? As an artist, I can show up. I can literally like, with years later, right, with the feminist movements paired with the modern art, I can literally bleed on a canvas, for some women, like, or bleed onto yarn and knit something, or with guys like Jackson Pollock's. I'm just gonna fling paint at this canvas. Do I have any education? No. Did I ever get any education? No. But this is art. Trust me. Where are my millions? Like this absolutely rhymes with what was happening in the art world 100 years ago, and we don't learn. We get more fancy tools to do the same thing, and insist to the world like, no, this is my art. And if you don't like it, then you're just too uneducated.
Yeah. I suppose like whatever people are willing to pay for something,
Well, I sent you something on OpenSea that here's a little art lesson for the audience today. This is by a modern artist by the name of Marcel Duchamp, and he showed up to an art gallery with the piece that I just sent over to you, and said, "This is art." He just like, and when people looked at it, they're like, "Oh wow, that's amazing." He signed it in a pseudonym, R. Mutt, and he literally went to a hardware store and bought a urinal.
Yeah, that's a urinal.
Brought it to an art show. Yeah, but he was just trolling them. He was just laughing at people's faces. Like, okay, I'm an artist and I'm featured in this gallery and I'm telling you this is art. Somebody come buy this because this is art.
Banksy did that. Like, what was that painting? It said the painting was called like I'm just paraphrasing, I don't know the exact quote, but it was called like "You're all idiots" or something. And as soon as the auction was over, it went through a shredder, and somebody paid like $10 million for it at an auction. And as soon as the auction was over, it went down through a shredder and shredded the painting. And it was called like "You're all idiots" or you're idiots or something like that. Like that's what the painting was called. And so yeah, some artists are just trolling people, but still people buy their stuff for $10 million. It just doesn't matter what they do. I mean, they could straight defecate in the middle of the road and take a picture of it, and it's just, and people's gonna pay $1 million because it was Banksy that did it, and not just so. But yeah, this is a great urinal. R. Mutt, 1917. That doesn't even make sense.
Because I mean, that was the year of the art show. It was 1917, so we're going on over 100 years that artists have been doing this. Right?
This was really actually in 1917.
Yeah, that was the year of the art show. He just showed up and all right, so let's time capsule this biatch.
Yeah, that's amazing. Did somebody actually end up ever buying that like back then?
Yeah, it's since gone through various different trusts, and I think now it's being displayed at like a prestigious museum somewhere. Like, oh, this so brave, so bold. Look what this artist did.
Yeah, so bold. I suppose the first time anybody does something new is, I guess, fair enough, but it's pretty funny though.
I thought it was hilarious that somebody made an NFT, and in their description, they're like, "Gosh, what did they say on this one?" Said Marcel Duchamp is rolling in his grave. ... with delight at your marvelous taste.
Marvelous taste. Yes. I see the way the shadows create is depicted of human suffering. Yes, I see this now.
It's beautiful. If you look into it, if you peer into it long enough, it's got the sensuous curves of a woman's bosom.
Yeah, that's that too.
Thrust your face into it.
Depending on the angle, it's either human suffering or it's woman bosom, and it's the duality of it, because the woman's bosom is so good. Yeah.
Yeah, like the sweet suffering of being close to a woman's bosom.
Now we're getting real existential about it. No wonder. Now I want to buy it for $1 million so I can have conversations around it in my ballroom, in my foyer.
But it's provably scarce. Is it a one of one NFT though? That's the question. Because if it's not, then you might only be worth $500,000, Sotko.
Yeah, in like 1917 with his monocle, he's like, is this a one-on-one NFT or are there more?
To say something positive, I think we have to admit that digital assets have value, at least for Zoomers. I'm thinking of online games, on all this kind of things. And I think that NFTs have a use case just now, especially in the gaming sector.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, the business that gosh, who was it? Oh, why am I drawing blank? Child actor who then went and helped form Tether, but that was his business in the early 2000s. I apologize, I'm drawing blank on his name. It'll come back later. But this guy has been a fixture in the crypto scene for a while. But he was one of those very first like e-gold farmers, like World of Warcraft, like created those companies where he had like Chinese gamers, Chinese click farms, going out and farming assets, in-game assets.
Yeah, for sure. I used to play World of Warcraft for many, many years. I mean, I still do on occasion. And yeah, you would see them, and they're basically bots, or they would be just employees, and you would see them just 24/7 in the same area, going around in circles and getting ore and things like that so that they could sell it. And then what you would do is you would go online, because gold was really hard to get. So like you would go onto a Chinese website, and it would be like you'd pay like $10 for 200 gold or something like that, or $20 for 500 gold or whatever. And you would pay it with your credit card, and then you would select your server and everything. Like it was a legit process. And once you paid, a few minutes later, somebody would log into that server, and they would send you in the mail 500 gold, like what you purchased. And so Meep is right. There is a value in digital assets, and I have literally purchased gold, particularly back in the day, because it would have taken me hours upon hours or days to farm 1,000 gold, or I could just go on a website. As I was working, for a low-wage lifeguard job, I could go on a website for $30 and pay for that, right? So it's not 3 days of work for me. Now it's just $30, right? And then you get your gold. And so if you pay for it, then you agree that it has value. And yeah, NFTs have a big purpose in the gaming world, particularly. If there was only one sword in the whole gaming world and you had it, it's going to be extremely valuable, and people are going to be willing to pay a lot of money for that.
On that note, Mr. Sotko, there are a couple of game titles where I do agree in that space, right? But it's kind of like I'm not going to get religious on you, but I'll preach for a second, right? It's like in the Bible where Jesus says, right, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. Some things are just best kept in their own lane, they just really are. And I think digital assets, they're really best kept in an already like an irrevocably digital space. Right, video games are never going to have a real world counterpart ever. Doesn't matter how many like little Minecraft pickaxes you buy, plastic pickaxes you buy to look like Steve in real life. You're never going to see Steve from Minecraft in real life, right? And if you do, like, go get help because something's really wrong.
Yeah, tell that to my son though, with all of his little stupid Steve Legos and. He's like, that's a diamond pickaxe. When I pour it out of the Lego box, I'm like, oh, is it? Yeah, that's a diamond pickaxe. He's like 4.5 years old. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's like, that's a diamond pickaxe.
Yeah, right. You bust out your little like jeweler's loop. You take a close look at it. Sorry, son, you've been duped.
But you're right. I mean, like digital assets, they don't really translate particularly well.
Yeah, but wait, just because we are too old, maybe we are missing out the point what the next generation just does, and how these worlds come together a bit.
So I think that the younger generation is going to view them as being somehow linked because they're being raised with the idea that privacy doesn't really exist, and they're being conditioned to fully surrender anything that's private and anything that is air quotes IRL or AFK and surrender that to the digital data aggregators over at Google and Facebook, whether they realize they're dealing with Facebook or not, because they're on Instagram or whatever, and all the other social media platforms. They don't realize how much they're just handing away wholesale. So Meep, I think you're right. The new generation is going to experience this hybrid plane of existence, mostly because they don't realize they're giving away everything to corporate interests who control the digital space. Maybe NFTs, maybe the decentralized systems like Ethereum and some other NFT platforms, other smart contract platforms, maybe they'll give these kids an opportunity to have experience some kind of ownership. But I think they're going to give up a lot first before that kind of crossover hybrid experience really happens.
Yeah.
And that's where I just want to educate, man. Like I've got a kid, I think close to the age of yours, Sotko, where it is like, if we would let Minecraft be on 12 hours a day, like that's all that would be on the TV.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's always watching like a tablet, or like sometimes he'll want YouTube on the TV, and you're just like, ugh. And he ends up watching that guy that you know that I don't know if you've ever seen him, but he goes around to Spirit Halloweens. And that's all he does. That's his channel. He just goes to Spirit Halloweens and he just checks out all of the animatronics and stuff. And like he could watch that dude like all day, or like Minecraft videos, or like these like stupid meme videos where it just doesn't, like, there's nothing even happening. But somebody in the chat says EVE Online chips had real world value. Yeah, those sold for thousands of dollars. And then he said he made 4K selling PUBG skins. I also made some money selling PUBG skins. Definitely not 4K. Definitely not anything significant. But you could, at the end of a PUBG game, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, you'd get these little chests and sometimes you'd get stuff in them and whatnot. And there were these mini skirts, like way back in the day, like the first iteration of PUBG. The most expensive item in the game were these mini skirts. And if you got a mini skirt, you should jump for joy, because you could either A, sell it on the Steam network, on the Steam market for $700. I kid you not, $700. But it wouldn't be $700. It was like $700 in Steam credits. You could buy a bunch of games and stuff. But there are these websites where you could literally transfer it off of Steam onto their website and sell it for actual cash, and then get paid to PayPal or get paid in Bitcoin. And I used to put my stuff on there, and I would, I'd get like $10 worth of stuff, and I'd send it out as Bitcoin to my wallet, like $10 in Bitcoin. And like that, every few days of playing PUBG with my friends, you develop like $10 worth of stuff and just sell it to Bitcoin and just send it to your Coinbase account or something like that. It was like, hey, like, why not? Like, I'm already playing this game anyway. Yeah, the websites, I can't remember what the website was called, but there was a skins website. And in fact, I ended up working with this guy. A lot of people know the story already. He was Kamal Sadakoglu. He ran Team Secret, all kinds of stuff. He's just basically a businessman's son in Turkey. And one of our ideas was actually my idea, was to create an esports website that was very complicated. And within that, you could gamble. You could gamble using cryptocurrency on different esports games, and there'd be like an escrow for it and stuff like that. And then I also had the idea of selling in-game skins as well for cryptocurrency and stuff. And no, I'm dead serious. The mini skirts were the most expensive for the time. Like back when PUBG first came out. The mini skirts were like, I swear to God, they were $700. If you wanted to buy one, it was $700. And like, yeah, like dudes would be running around in the game with mini skirts on, like, cause it was funny. And like, that was cause it was the rarest items. I don't know. I never actually got one, but
I wouldn't judge people. Yeah. Pop culture doesn't, there's no accounting for taste, right? Like whatever. If you knew that you were going to sell some kind of like a weird, like female furry skin to a dude, which, by the way, more than 50% of the time, you are selling female skins, characters, and like furry, like weird fetish level stuff. You more than 50% of the time, you're selling it to dudes, right? Like if you get that picky about the color of your money or where it comes from, you're gonna starve.
Oh yeah, no. It's not about like some dudes were running around like with their male characters like in the mini skirts or whatever. It just happened to be the rarest item that would drop from the boxes. Like it was incredibly rare, like 0.01% kind of deal. Like it would just like never drop, for you. Like normally you would just get a pair of busted sneakers or like brown, or like I can't wait to see what I get, and it's like brown boots, and you're like, oh, and they sell for a penny, right? And I was also thinking that later on in the website, what we would do is create an exchange, not just like, oh, I can sell my PUBG skins or my CSGO skins or these various, game skins, but rather there would be an exchange. So let's say you had 100 pairs of brown boots for PUBG. They're all a penny. Well, if you had an exchange, that wouldn't be a problem, right? Because you could it would be like cryptocurrency. If you have a cryptocurrency that's 1 penny, but you have 100 of them, now you're trading $1 back and forth, right? If you sell it for, this, you sell it at 2 cents, you just doubled your money, you rebuy it in at 1 cent, etc. You could actually create an exchange out of in-game video skins. Like if you had like 12 of these skins that are each $1, well, you're trading back and forth $120. Now you're actually kind of day trading now. So I thought that was a great idea too, where you could buy things in bulk and sell it in bulk and effectively day trade like in-game video skins.
That's brilliant, man.
I thought it was a brilliant idea, but they never listened to any of my ideas. They took all my ideas and they put it in the investor papers, my name, everything. They gathered millions upon millions of dollars, and then they'd never listened to my ideas after that, and they went and did their own thing, and it totally failed. And I was like, well, it's because you didn't listen to me. Like, I had all the ideas, and you basically took them and then just were like, nah, let's not actually do that. Let's just do our own thing, our boomer thing, instead of listen to this younger dude who literally streams on Twitch, who literally makes videos every day, who literally plays these video games. Now, let's not listen to that guy. Let's do our boomer investment thing. Jesus. So, yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get.
Yeah, but permissionlessness. So yeah, bringing it back around full circle to the NFT things, right?
Sure.
So permissionlessness. Maybe that does help with some of these things, because then you're only limited by your speed of execution. You don't even have to worry about the boomer money like pitch meeting guys, right? Like they're cut out of the picture. If you have a really great idea, you've got some boilerplate code that already exists on the various like smart contract creation platforms. You can get like Solidity code. You don't have to be a developer to go find a couple of example contracts that'll help you mint something that you want in the real world, whether it's on Ethereum or Binance Smart Chain if you want to go there, or the other platforms where you can mint and you can trade and you can list tokens for liquidity to get to bootstrap value somewhere. It's totally the Wild West. So. And you mentioned it before, like you bring all the characters out, even especially the unsavory ones, right? Who are like, oh, is this easy money?
Yeah.
Like, I like the sound of that, but
yeah.
But at the same time, you have an opportunity for the honest actors and for the people who maybe already built value somewhere else on YouTube or on Twitch, or just by having a really great level-headed approach to providing some kind of value, right? Like they've got the same opportunities and tools available to them that all the bad guys do too now.
Yeah. Hey guys, we've got 40 people in the chat. Let's hit the like button. We're at 25 likes. Let's get it to at least 30. I want to see let's do a 20% increase, because we all like those 20% increases in cryptocurrency. So let's get it to 30. 20%. Come on, guys. I love doing that. You gotta get them to hit the like button. It moves it up. It helps me out a lot. It's free. Come on, guys. Smash the like. Yes, I always forget to say smash the like button. That's what they all enjoy, because like all the YouTubers, like, make sure you smash that like button. You gotta kind of do this. You gotta make the description below. Yeah, classic moves. Don't day trade penny boots. No, what I'm saying too is the game Counter-Strike, like CS:GO, like Counter-Strike Global Offensive or whatever it's called. It's like one of the most popular games on planet Earth. Like there's so many people playing that game, and after every game you get a little box. I don't know if it's like every few games or what it is, right? Because I never actually played Counter-Strike very much. But like after you win a game or you lose a game or whatever, you get a box and there's something in it, and it'll be and they're just skins, so they don't really affect your gameplay. And like let's say like one of the popular skins is like, oh, it's like a golden AK-47, so it just takes your normal AK-47 and makes it golden, like makes it look all cool. And some of those go for hundreds or thousands of dollars because they're incredibly rare. They're like one out of a million chance to get this item, and by de facto being rare, you can literally sell it on the Steam market for $1,000, $2,000. I mean, I'm sure that they've gone for way more than that. But most of the time, people just get something crappy, like it'll just be some crappy skin or gloves or boots or something like that nobody cares about and that you can't even sell. So an exchange for those would be amazing, because for somebody that plays it all the time, you probably have like hundreds of these crappy items that you just can't get rid of. So you could put it on an exchange and people could begin trading it. Is there a point to that trading? It doesn't matter, right? It's for profit. You know, people are just going back and forth trading. And I thought that was an incredible idea. Like, just trade your 1 penny boots back and forth. I've been watching you since 2017. Never had a chance to donate. Love what you do and keep it coming. Thank you, Kirk. I appreciate the super chat, man. That's awesome. Thanks for stopping by. I've been watching since 2017. I like my 2017 viewers. Those are the diehard ones. I love all my viewers. Like, all my viewers, like, I started in 2017, and like a lot of them are still here. Like, the vast majority of people that began watching in 2017 are still here. And like, they still show up for almost every live stream and still show up and comment almost on every video. Without you guys, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't have like any views on my videos. So thank you. I appreciate you guys.
So I'm curious, Sotko, have you've thought about this, and there's obviously some kind of a need for it, because there's an obvious like historical market for it, right? Like, people are already spending real dollars and British pounds and Japanese yen or whatever, right? Like, these are markets that exist all around the world for gamers. Do you already see a platform that's being created for that? Like, what would it take for you to guide an investor group or a group of developers to make this thing?
Well, like I said, I was already doing that. And basically, I mean, I could tell you the whole story, like, but like in a nutshell, I met Kamal through my channel and we started talking. I started like trading for him and setting up his rigs for him and stuff like that. He wanted me to, initially, he runs Team Secret, this esports team, not anymore, but like he had a contract with NVIDIA, and that he would get a bunch of the new wave of graphics cards and give it to his kids that play the games, like the esports kids, and like these tournament, you know, like some of the best in the world, you know, and they would go into the tournaments with the 1080 Ti, you know what I mean? Like the best, right? Our team uses 1080s, NVIDIA, you know, like promotion stuff. And he was like, he literally says, screw the players, I want to mine. And I was like, fair enough, man, not my problem. And so he got like 20 1080 Ti's and like 6 1080s. He had a bunch, you know. So we ended up making him some rigs, and then eventually he wanted to kind of like make some business. And he's like, how could we get esports into cryptocurrency? So I started shooting him all these ideas. He's like, I'll get a hold of investors. You know, he's like, would $100,000 work for this website? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, probably, because we need a front end developer, a back end developer. We probably need like a graphic designer, et cetera, et cetera. We're gonna need a bunch of stuff. Like, and he's like, okay. So a couple days later, he comes back. He's like, I got $2 million for the website. I'm like, whoa, okay, that's 20 times more than you initially came at me at, but that's fine, right? And they wanted me to come out to London, and I go to fly out to London. They're like, oh, no, it's too far. Like, let's just meet in Los Angeles. And then we didn't meet in Los Angeles. He's like, okay, we'll be here. Well, meet us in Vancouver. And then we're like, and then that fell through over and over and over. And eventually the communication just died more and more and more. And they created this website. The company they created is called Roar Sports LLC. And it's an LLC from England. And basically what they did is they took all my ideas and they threw them in the garbage. And instead they took they went around to all the football clubs in Europe and made an esports team at each one. So that would be like going to the Pittsburgh Steelers and saying, we want to make a Pittsburgh Steelers esports team. So when they buy their merchandise, they're buying Pittsburgh Steelers merchandise, etc. Right? So like we're like reaching out to a new demographic of gamers as the Pittsburgh Steelers, which is a great idea. I think that's great. But like the problem is it totally fell through, and I have no idea whatever happened to it. And my idea was to create a website where you could sell skins and eventually make an exchange for the skins, like a real deal, like with limit orders and shit. Sorry. And anyway, there are some websites, some of them got shut down, like some of the, like Steam cracked down on some of the websites, but there used to be websites where you could literally take your skins, because there is a Steam marketplace. Like if you get a Cool Bean skin in one of the games, you could sell it for $50 on the marketplace, and you get Steam cash, but that's not fungible. You can't take that cash and put it to your bank account, but you could buy a new game with it, or you could buy other skins with it, right? You could use it on Steam to buy any game you want, which is great, but you can't get the cash. So there are these websites that you can actually transfer the stuff to, and then actually sell it and develop a cash balance, and then either cash it out to your PayPal or to your bank account, or as Bitcoin eventually they started doing. And that was my idea, but I wanted a gambling, I wanted skins, I wanted a full-on esports website that showed all of the teams, when they play, all of their merchandise, everything. Because we noticed that esports websites were garbage. Like they didn't even show when are they going to be playing next, where are they going to be playing next, where can I go see my team, where can I watch my team. None of that were on the websites for the teams. Like it was just merchandise. So I was like, we can do this way better. We can do everything about this way better. And that you can go and you can, okay, this StarCraft 2 game, professional game is starting up, and you can vote on this guy or this guy. Put in your Litecoin now. It goes into an escrow, uses an algorithm. It's 2-to-1, or it's 10-to-1, or it's 3-to-6, etc. Like depending on the odds, all kinds of stuff. And it just fell through. So if I ever had the funding and the proper people to make such a thing, absolutely, like we could get the job done. But unfortunately, I already attempted it once, and I don't know what happened. I guess they just stopped listening to me, as if I was the kind of person to not listen to about that sort of thing. But fair enough, whatever.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Investor groups can be very finicky. I run across this sometimes with groups that reach out about like mining. Mm-hmm. They very quickly get convinced by somebody closer to the inner circle that they already know a guy. They're okay. Whatever, the MIT grad guy, he's gonna be able to replace your like on the ground experience and insights.
Yeah, as if the guy that runs a YouTube channel for like 4 years straight, nothing but mining, showing everything about mining from day one, it doesn't know what he's talking about, right? Go with that guy, I promise. It'll be fine, right? Like run the numbers. Like if you're a little skeptical, that's fair, but run the numbers, Hey, bye, chat. You taking off, Black Morden? I appreciate you coming by, man. But yeah, it's real silly. So, they did, I thought was a great idea, like making esports teams out of football teams, out of soccer teams. I think that's great, but they my whole website idea, they were just like, yeah, let's just not even do that, which I don't think was a great idea, because that would have facilitated and enhanced what they were doing, because then we could track those teams, and fans of those teams could then track those teams. That's what the website was about. Because if you go to any other website for esports, like go to teamsecret.com or like teamliquid.com or whatever, when you go there, you'll be confused. It's garbage. You're like, when do they play? Where can I go see these people? Or do they have Twitches? Like, when do they play? Like, what I want to know about them. They've already showed the games they previously played, but what about their future? Like, can I buy tickets? Where can I buy tickets? Like, do they come near my area soon? You don't know, right? But if you go to a band's website, it shows, like, the first thing you see if you go to a band's website, like if you go to acdc.com, like, or whatever, like it's going to show that they play in San Francisco on the 29th, and then this on the, you know what I mean? And you'll be able to track exactly where they're going to be when you can go see them. But on esports, it's garbage. Like nobody designs it well. And that was part of the design. So without that, then nobody could track the teams that they made. So yeah, it just didn't make any sense. They didn't listen to me at all. Like they didn't include me in it. Once they got my ideas, they were just kind of like, they just pretty much ignored me. But they needed me. They did. Because even Kamal later told me that he got kind of burned and lost money. But that might be a total lie, because Kamal's really shady. He'll be like, yeah, we'll talk Sunday. And I'm like, yeah, I won't hold my breath on that one.
Yeah, I'm going to respond in strongest terms to something I'm seeing come through in the comments, and I think it's kind of it's directed towards anybody who's gone through the experience that you have, Sotko, where like, oh, the issue is not that you need to know what you're talking about, but that you need to prove you can run a company and turn a profit. Here's the thing, man, you got people like McKinsey, right? They run a consulting firm full of people who've never run companies ever. And they're still retained on a regular basis. They hire out these consultants for top dollar all around the world because people value the insights that they give. And quite often, some of these consultants are actually worth it. Now, again, using McKinsey as like the standard there. McKinsey, they don't have people who have like deep insights as subject matter experts. And when you find somebody like Sotko who actually has subject matter expertise by being in the trenches, he can show you scars and he can say, yeah, that doesn't work. Check this out. I almost had my friggin' head cut off. Like, you can't do that. You go this way instead. Or like the zeitgeist of this market. You guys don't seem to understand that there's chatter over on like 4chan or Reddit based on the communities that I have access and that I have like sort of like membership to, right? I'm a tribal partner here. People actually don't turn me away. So like, yeah, so you do need to have you need to have some level of understanding that your subject matter experts there, that they're gonna be able to provide more value to you than somebody who's 2 years out of college.
Well, here's
right, whatever their MBA is, 2 years out of college, and they just happen to land a phenomenal job over at McKinsey, running some weird ass Six Sigma playbook, right? That was handed to them by their boss.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Zorn, is that they were the ones that had the money, and to be totally fair. The way that angel investors work is that, because it was basically Kamal, and then Kamal got a hold of a guy named, what was that? He was an English Indian. I can't remember his name offhand, but either way, this guy was the one that had a lot of the money and could get a hold of other people with a lot of money. And the way they work is that none of them actually do any work. Like the investors do not do any work, right? They will hire a camera company to film an esports event. They will hire a lawyer firm to work on all of the material. They will hire developers to make a website. They will hire people to make the merchandise. None of them are getting in the trenches at all. So first of all, it's not even just me that you say I don't know what I'm talking about. It's the whole group. They all have the money. I have the ideas, they have the money, and we get together. I was going to go to London. They were like, "Hey, we have a meeting about all of this in London. Buy a plane ticket." So I go to buy a plane ticket. It's like $3,600, and I say, "Okay, it's gonna be 3,600. It's gonna be 36 hours till I get there." And Kamal's like, "Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's too long." I was like, I'm not worried about how long the flight is. I will go to London. I will go to these meetings and I will show the numbers. I will talk about exactly what I have. I wrote them a business plan, right? So Zorn, unfortunately, you really don't know the full aspect of it. I wrote them all of the ideas in the business plan, and then they took it. Which it happens. It really does. It happens. I had other plans as well because they were going to make big. Here's the thing, is that yes, you're right. It is unproven. However, on the other end, what they did by making esports teams was the exact opposite of what I said. Because they made esports teams out of all the soccer clubs, and I told them, I was like, look, nobody goes to esports events. You might fill up your stadium, or you might fill up the event, right? But that's what? A few thousand people tops. What you need to be doing is curating these people on Twitch. You need to be forming these esports teams, and they need to be working on Twitch mainly. You need to be forming tournaments on Twitch with Nvidia and Intel and various other backing, Asus and yada yada, and backing that, because you can have 600,000 people watching a Twitch star, or you could have 3,000 people at an event that had a big overhead. You have to pay for the stadium. You have to pay for the seats. You have to pay for the employees. You have to pay for everything. Sure, you're getting money from all the sponsors. You're getting money from tickets, but there's a big overhead. Twitch, there's no overhead. So what we need to be doing is curating them. We need to be finding these people that are excellent. We need to have scouts that find these excellent streamers with approximately 500 to 1,000 viewers constantly on a constant basis. And what we need to do is get a hold of them, and we support them, and we give them lighting, we give them green screens, we give them better computers, and we support them, and we take some of that wage, and we form an esports team with these people. And then go from there. So my ideas were completely different from theirs. And plus, looking back at it, 1 year later, poof, COVID. Now nobody can go to stadiums. So I told you, do it on Twitch. Do it on Twitch. Formulate these teams on Twitch first. This is a totally different. This is a totally different thing. I had a website that would bring in borderline guaranteed revenue. I mean, people are gonna gamble. People are going to buy skins. People are going to buy team merchandise. People are going to use the exchange for these gaming skins. This is maybe small time revenue, or it may be large time revenue, but it's revenue. Nobody's going to not go to the website once they find out they can gamble with cryptocurrency and stuff, especially at the time. Another thing too was, again, I didn't want the esports teams being formed specifically only in stadiums and playing at them because the overhead, more people can watch on Twitch than would ever watch in a stadium. It's the future. They basically fought the future and decided to make the baseline esports teams and forget all of my ideas. I had another idea as well that would be effectively like a basically what you would do is, it didn't matter how big you are as a Twitch streamer. So as a Twitch streamer, you need to be very, very large before you get any kind of promotions, like from those Game Fuel, or from Asus, or from whatever, right, or for Intel or Nvidia, to be actually promoted, right, to have like a sponsorship, if you will. However, with a website like Sponsor My Stream, my idea also, this idea came later, and would have also been implemented. Streamer, you could have 10 viewers, you could have 100, you could have 1,000. If you don't have a sponsorship currently, you can go to this website and you can essentially use an API that would connect your PayPal and your Twitch. And what it would do is would automatically deck out your Twitch. Automatically. So it would automatically put on NVIDIA graphics cards, Asus equipment, those that are watching your channel, whether there's 10 people watching you or 100, and they click on one of those and they buy that graphics card, or they buy that gaming mouse or that gaming chair. The Twitch streamer gets a kickback. Our company gets a kickback, and we would already get kickbacks to begin with for having these products. So Asus would have to pay us in order to list their products on our website. NVIDIA would have to pay us. AMD would have to pay us. Intel would have to pay us, which was an amazing idea. And the thing is that Kamal worked with NVIDIA. He actually worked with some of these major manufacturers of high-end gaming equipment like Asus and yada yada. That's why he got free graphics cards for his esports team. So he had already worked with his people. He already knows how to do it. So my idea was to work with him in order to put that into the website as well, or a separate website, which I think is a great idea, because you're essentially making a website, making some partnerships with major manufacturers, and then people come to you and they get free money. All you have to do is go to the website, sign up, put your PayPal in, link your Twitch, and then it automatically decks your Twitch out, and you get free money whenever anybody buys something from it. So that's it. Like, that's easy money. So my ideas were, I think they were great ideas, but can I make them myself? No, I cannot. I do not have the money, the revenue, the team, the support, in order to do that. I would need the angel investors of Kamal and the various groups that did that.
Yeah, Sotko, let me just call bullshit on people in your comments section. I'm sorry, this is just bothering me so much. People who say that you're going to download a copy of Dreamweaver and somehow be able to create reactive front ends that tie meaningfully into blockchain-based backends are full of it. Absolutely full of it. And they've never built anything for themselves in their goddamn lives, and it shows.
You've made your own websites, but have you ever gotten partnerships with NVIDIA, Asus, and major manufacturers of gaming equipment? No. I mean, do you know how to program an algorithmic equation that would work for a gambling equation? Probably not, man. Anybody can go on to GoDaddy.com and create their own website and domain. Like that's easy, man. Just slapping things together and like go to my website, MrSotko.com. That's easy. Everybody has a website like that. Everybody can make a website like that. I'm talking about an actual partnerships with gaming manufacturers, like a higher end than just making your own website and selling your pennies that you craft on it. Show me it. Show me. No. Zorn, right now. Show me an algorithmic equation that would work for gambling. That would work for gambling right now. How many people? Give me a fake amount of people, an arbitrary amount of people voting for Team A, and there's Team B. 30 people are voting for Team A, and 47 are voting for Team B. Algorithmic equation, go. I'll give you 20 minutes. It'll take a little while. I believe you, but go.
Yeah. So, hey, Sotko, I'm going to say also, like, beyond just like building a website, right, front end, and then having relationships within the esports industry with hardware manufacturers and having the sponsorships and stuff.
And sponsorships
just
is a totally different level.
Well, even if you just went with the permissionless side of it, right? Like you just built something on blockchain right now that would allow you to tokenize certain assets, create the liquidity between on some kind of an exchange, even if you made it a decentralized exchange, so you didn't have to worry about dealing with the SEC or whatever, or jumping to regulations, or you offshored it to
exactly.
London,
we need lawyers, we need sponsorships,
things, right?
Yeah, we need corporate communication. This is not just like create your own website and sell some objects that you're making. This is totally different.
If you did though. That's the thing. If you went fully permissionless, you still got to build it in a way that it doesn't break, right? That you don't accidentally over mint certain assets, or you don't mess up the liquidity or arbitrage between one marketplace or another. Just like you were talking about before with NFTs, right? Having serious fundamental problems in smart contracts. If you mess up a smart contract, you've created an immutable mistake, right? That mistake persists in perpetuity. It never goes away. So people who trivialize it, like, oh, we'll just go download a copy of Dreamweaver.
This isn't just making a website and then linking Amazon equipment onto it, right? And like linking like promotional Amazon stuff so that you get the kickbacks for it. This is talking to esports, regulars, corporations, sponsorships. This is way beyond just creating your own website. I would need a team of people. I would direct a team of people, essentially supervise people who essentially were. I'm just
thinking of
in these individual parts. We need lawyers. We need legal regulations. It's totally different than just making your own website. I'm talking about a company. I'm talking about essentially making a company, legally, lawyers, sponsorships, high-end corporate. It's not just a website. This is.
No, Mr. Sotko, you don't understand. You don't understand. He just proved it to you. By the copy pasta on GitHub. He proved it that 4 years ago somebody already made something and they open sourced it because it didn't work.
Sotko, hold your word. I own a company and we do programming and stuff for over 20 years, and when I just think of much smaller projects, how hard it is to actually finalize. I mean, just talking is easy, and I get Zorn. That's called code snipping. When you just take modules and try to paste them and glue them together, it just doesn't work like this. Out of hundreds of reasons. It's really not that simple.
That's why I told Kamal like $100,000 would work for the website. I'm like, yeah. Like, could you make a website for far cheaper than that? Absolutely, you could out of your own house. But I'm talking about a front end developer. I'm talking about a back end developer, a graphic designer to make it look good. Not just some fuck off website.
Just the legal fuckery. So if I would do it like Son says, I wouldn't be here anymore. I would probably be in jail or at least be bankrupt. Because it's just for a start, you got to know what code you have. You just can't take any snippets from glue them together and make a shiny look. It just crashes. Projects needs proper documentation. So a customer demands documentation. Right. I don't know if Zorn ever heard of this. I need a senior programmer, all this shit. testing.
Yeah.
Just documentation alone is 50%
really just not
of
as
the
simple
work.
as this. I get it. Like some small groups have made very successful websites. That's just not me. Like I would just supervise the operation. But what I want to say, I do want to apologize, Zorn. I'm not really trying to attack you in any way, and I think in some ways you're not trying to attack me. I think what you're trying to do is be positive. At least I hope that's what you're trying to do, Zorn, because I've seen you in my channel so many times over the year, and I don't want to start any kind of drama with you at all. I think what you're trying to do is be reasonably positive and say, hey, like you can do this on your own. But it's a little bit bigger than that.
I think what he's actually trying to do is suck up all the air in the room. Right? Like, good grief. How much attention has been wasted on this guy trolling and saying, well, you could do it if you just bootstrapped. Just believe more, believe harder.
Yeah, I'm just talking about an international company that would operate in every country legally for gambling. And then gambling would have to be banned in say the state of New York can't do that there, right? So New York customers, it would have to prevent you from getting to that portion of the website. You can't do it because you live in the state of New York, right? Or maybe some countries do not allow that. So we need a legal team. We need front end, back end developers, senior programmers, graphic designers. We need money for sponsorships with various esports companies and various esports teams. We need permission from all those esports teams to put them all on the website. We need sponsorships. We need people who know how to work with corporations that can reach out to NVIDIA, that can reach out to Asus and get these sponsorships and make them pay us to put their products on our website, right? And then we need even more than that. We need how do we get these products? How do we ship these products to the customers? Is there a warehouse? Do we have to have our own warehouse? These are fundamental problems in the entire company. This isn't just a website. This is a company that would ship products. Are we shipping them from the products from the Asus website or from the warehouse? Or are we holding a warehouse where we ship all these products to and are paid to ship all these products to, and then we have to ship the products out? Like, who is going to ship the products? Me? And like, are we going to hire employees to put them in boxes and then ship them to the customers? Or are Asus going to ship their own products to the customers? So there's a totally different level. What I'm trying to say, Zorn, is that this is not just a website that I was talking about. It is a whole operation. Legal, programming, shipping, international. So I'm sorry, like, I don't mean to be. I think we should be done with this conversation. I don't like Zorn. I think what you're trying to do is say, hey man, you can do this yourself. And I appreciate that because yes, you can. You can do this yourself. Like you can. There has been plenty of people who have made successful web. Hell, look at Amazon. That was made by like some people who slept on the ground. You know what I mean? So great. But it's a little bit beyond me, admittedly, and it would take a very large team of people. And that's why we had all the angel investors who go out and find those people and stuff like that. So anyway, I'm sorry. No more arguing about it. It's just, it's not a thing anymore. I would try it again. If more angel investors came along and asked me to try it again, I would totally try it again. And this time I'd be like, I want a contract first. So anyway, hey, I'm going to take a quick union break. If you guys want to take a break, like me, Seth, I don't know, walk away for a few minutes. I gotta hit the old pot and stuff like that. But for now, yeah, I gotta 1 second here.
We just keep on talking, but Seth said he has something to do.
I do
as well.
Yeah, I've got to publish today, man. I'm just glad that I caught you while you were live.
Okay.
Meep hit me up and he's like, "Hey, Sotko's live. You should come check it out." So.
Well,
cool.
All right. So everybody in Twitch and everybody in YouTube, this is Seth's channel, Seth Estrada's channel. He does a lot of mining and stuff like that. Check him out. Give him a subscription. He's gonna help you out a lot with your mining endeavors. And I would suspect you can probably get a hold of Seth too. Like, do you have your like email or something? Do people get a hold of you for like mining consultancy and stuff?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So,
okay,
so
yeah, you have a business inquiry in your about section. Okay, so people can find that, and I would check him out, guys. Pretty cool. He's been on the channel a few times, and you know.
Yeah, but don't talk too much to Seth. I still need him. Investment is heavily depending on Seth, so we make good profits on his advice. No, seriously, don't don't overextend it.
Well, thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
yeah, Seth, thanks for stopping by, man. That was some fun conversation. I know it was kind of a little out of control at the end, but that's
yeah, good drama, good drama. That's just how it should be.
Welcome to MrSotko's channel.
It gets spicy, man. When people start trying to like take cheap shots at consulting work, I take personal offense at that because it's like, dude, look, I'm always like the person who I'm fighting with when I'm going to do a consulting gig is the kid who got an MBA who knows nothing, or the 10-year insider who was okay withdrawing a salary and never progressing, never moving up, never even doing intrapreneurship, and they all of a sudden think they can somehow step in and have provide more insight than somebody who actually becomes a subject matter expert. And they're just always wrong. Anytime that the companies that you consult for listen to these guys, they regret it and they come back to you. Simple as.
Hey, thanks for stopping by, Melancholy. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't get to answer some of your questions and talk a little bit, but we were a little. But anyway, I'm gonna step away. I really got to step away for like 2 or 3 minutes. It's just gonna put the old super hyper realistic sponsor screen up. And I'll be back in a few minutes. But Seth, thanks for stopping by. Meep, if you still stick around, I'll still talk to you more. But I appreciate you, man. Get to publishing. Hope it's a good video. I'll give you a like on it when I get the opportunity. And but I hope you guys. But again, in the link is Seth's channel. It's just Seth Estrada. You just Google, just YouTube that. His channel's really good. It's really good. It's super good mining information. So. I think you should have a lot more subscribers than you do. I think you're equivalent to like Voscoin and stuff like that. So one day it's going to pay off for sure.
You're too kind, man. Thanks again. I'll see you guys later.
All right, have a good one.
I will jump off too. See you later.
All right, have a good one, Meep.
Yep.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right. Now we are back. It's just me. I think everybody left the voice chat, so just me today left. But I appreciate Seth coming on. He's got a lot of good insight into, like, particularly mining and cryptocurrency in general. But yeah, check him out. Pretty good guy. He's been on, like, I used to make podcasts, like, back in the day, and he was on some of those, and I've always, like, checked out his channel off and on, and sometimes we chat on Discord and stuff like that. But yeah, as for Zorn, I apologize. Like, I guess Seth was a little tacky on it. I get what you're saying, though, man. I get what you're saying. Like, hey, like, if you have the motivation, do it yourself. And, like, I appreciate that aspect. That's what I kind of read through that. I mean, perhaps your words could have been worded a little bit better, but yeah, you know what I mean? Like, hey, PayPal was created by, like, Elon Musk and, like, I think one or two other guys, you know, in an office where they slept on the couch, you know. I think Amazon was created the same way. Like, Apple was created the same way. They, like, literally slept in their offices and stuff like that. So, yeah, like, if one person or just a group of a few people want to really do something, and they can make it happen, period. But I think it's a little bit beyond me. Like, my own ideas were a little bit beyond me. And, you know, there's a whole legal aspect of it, front end, back end, you know, like, we'd have to have servers running all of it. We'd have to have, you know, so it admittedly, the whole project was beyond me. As I could supervise the situation, in the same way that you could have a supervisor for a tech company that really doesn't know anything about tech, but rather supervises the tech people and makes sure that everything runs smoothly, that sort of thing. But yeah, the whole idea was a little bit beyond me, and to do it myself would have been, it just will never happen. But I have the ideas, but maybe not the know-how, admittedly. So yeah, we're not all McAfee's, I suppose. Yeah, you know, like McAfee, Apple, PayPal, like, those all started with just a few guys, like, sleeping on the floor, you know, sort of thing in their office, and, like, that's super commendable. That's super commendable, and great job on their part. But yeah, let me roll back in the chat a little bit. Melancholy, great stream. Yeah, I appreciate it if you're still around. If you're not, thank you for stopping by. You pump for the indie? I don't know. But thank goodness for 3-day weekends. Yeah, I suppose. Taco Bell and Bag Balm. Yeah, they're my favorites. Somehow I feel the urge to go to Taco Bell. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, guys. I need to buy mayonnaise and Coke now. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, I'm drinking Pepsi, but Pepsi just doesn't sponsor me nearly enough as Coke. So Coke gets they get the front end, you know what I mean? Whereas I just, like, sort of drink. It depends. It depends on whoever pays more at the time. What's your opinion on staking coins, Algo, Tezos, etc.? Well, Tezos for a while there had a really good following. It was really hypey. But ever since, like, Tezos, like, whatever happened to Tezos? Like, everybody was super interested. Everybody was super into Tezos for a while, and then it just kind of disappeared. Carvo2 on Twitch. Sorry, I never got to you either. DJ, I do not use Telegram. I think Telegram is the scum of the crypto industry. Telegram is where all of the pump and dumps happen. Telegram is where all of the scams come from. On Telegram, people imitate, like, the developers of a particular coin and then scam people. Telegram is awful. I suppose you could argue the same a little bit for Discord, but I prefer Discord. Why is it going up? Will it go back up or not? Yeah, probably back up eventually. Here's the thing with, like, Dogecoin. Dogecoin is a much more uncertainty than Ethereum, Litecoin, you know, Bitcoin, etc. Like, in 2018, everything started to die out. And a lot of the coins didn't make it. Like some of the more obscure alts just never really made it back to their prices. Like Vertcoin never really made it back. Vertcoin's all-time high was like $10, and now Vertcoin is like 50 cents or something like that. It's probably even lower. So like Vertcoin like just never came back. So like some coins that you bought back in the day did not make it. Like Zcash, Zclassic, those never really made it back to their good prices. To some degree, Monero didn't either. Monero's doing okay though. But yeah, like, so the big ones made it back, you know, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, to some degree XRP, although you could argue that because XRP was like 350 in 2018, I think. So, but, you know, it did make it back to nearly $2, so close. So when it comes to say, is it going to go back up or not? It depends on what coin you're talking about. You know what I mean? Is the whole market going to come back? Yeah, to some degree. But will Dogecoin come back from its pumping? Yeah, maybe not. You know what I mean? Like, is Shiba Inu going to come back from its all-time high? Maybe not. You know what I mean? Maybe it was just a one-time thing. Maybe the Doge frenzy will go away. Maybe as time goes on, because Doge is so inflationary that it really just will struggle to get back up to close to $1, you know, that sort of thing. So I think, yes, the market will come back, particularly like if you just want to talk about Bitcoin. Yes, for sure. I'm very confident, you know, like 90% confident. There always has to be that small amount and possibility where it can't, you know, because otherwise it would be a baseless guarantee. But yeah, it's like we've seen this before, not our first rodeo. It will likely come back. Like, don't be too worried. Just continue DCing and buying as it goes down. Like, then you're just getting more crypto every time you rebuy when it's lower. So that's great. Do we see buy prices tomorrow? Maybe, man. Maybe Monday it'll start coming back. Usually it kind of starts to come back on a Monday. But that's not a guarantee either. But that's 3 people who got lucky. Most ideas fail. True, yeah. People forget that you need a team to keep an idea from failing. Yeah, I needed the team. I needed the backing of Roar Sports. I needed the backing of Kamal and the various big investors. And what they do is like, don't be confused that they're the ones that made the company. They are, right? But like, they aren't at the same time. They take their money and they're like, and they hire individual sects that they need to create the company. Like, they'll hire the lawyers to make the LLC. They're not going to they don't file the paperwork sitting there themselves going burp, 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 making the LLC. No, they have so much money that they pay somebody else to do that, like a team of lawyers. Make us an LLC, blah, 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 you know, go. And then they're like, okay, well, we need a camera crew to film all the esports. Okay, camera crew, go. And then like, well, we need stadiums to like, okay, like go have somebody hire somebody to go around to every stadium and create some space for this team, et cetera, right? So in this case, it wouldn't just be me making this website and making the gambling section and making the skin section. It would be me like supervising that process and realizing the troubles of the process and going, okay, well, how can we work around this process? Or this idea actually doesn't work so good. So how can we formulate this idea into something better? With a team of programmers and a team of people at a table, okay, like, well, this didn't work out so good. So I see that the customers say this is the problem, yada, yada, and even creating it. That much I can totally do. You give me some problems and I can look into how solving those problems, or creating something. But like myself creating it, not so much. I mean, admittedly, and like that's the way a lot of business works. That's the way a lot of business works. Is that just like the CEO isn't like literally programming. The CEO isn't literally doing this, that, the other thing. He's delegating. I would be delegating. Vertcoin simply does not have the manpower to keep up. Yeah, Vertcoin just, a serious question. Is the day view too bright for you? Is it? Yeah, I suppose so. Where is the dark view on here? No, not there. I don't know. I should probably put the dark view on. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, it's over. Like I don't think it's ever going to happen again. But if it did, I'd give it another try. And see how it works. Yeah, that view is a lot better. Thank you for the suggestion, Christian. Although it wasn't much of a suggestion, but it was enough. Any thoughts on BNB? Yeah. So BNB. I mean, obviously, BNB is Binance's coin. It used to be an ERC20 token, then they made their own blockchain out of it, and now they have BSC, and Binance Coin facilitates the transactions on BSC, on Binance Smart Chain. Usually, it's like wrapped BNB, so it has to be like, I think it has to be wrapped BNB, and it's doing pretty well. I mean, I remember when Binance Coin was like $17. So if you had bought in way back then, I mean, unbelievable. I mean, Binance Coin used to be really cheap. So yeah, like from an investment perspective, Binance Coin is great. Binance Smart Chain works pretty well. It has its pros and cons. Its cons is that it's completely centralized. It's not decentralized at all. Its pros is that it has some oversight to it. Unlike Uniswap, if somebody goes on Uniswap and makes a token or some kind of, something and then puts it on there and a bunch of people buy into it and the developers programmed it in such a way that there was a possible exit scam and people didn't realize that because it happens all the time. And they totally exit scam and steal everybody's millions of dollars and runs off with it. Uniswap can't do anything about that. There's nothing anybody can do about that. It's just they're gone. They're probably not going to get arrested. I mean, hell, like half the BitConnect crew didn't get arrested. I think only like one guy got arrested from BitConnect in India. Like the rest of them are gone. Like nobody knows where it is. Hell, the creators of OneCoin, her brother, but that Ruja Ignatova or whatever her name is, she's still never been caught. I think she's dead, but she's still never been caught. She's got like she stole like 230,000 Bitcoin from OneCoin, you know? So the pro on Binance Coin, on Binance Smart Chain is that it can be rolled back. So if there was, and they've done it before, they've already done it before. Like there was some big exit, like rug pulls, and Binance Coin rolled it back. So everybody got their BNB back, everybody got their tokens back or whatever, and everybody was made sound. And I think that's great, right? Because if I spent $10,000 on some token or something like that, and then they just rug pulled on me and exit scammed and everybody lost all their money, I wouldn't be too disappointed that I got my $10,000 back. I'm not going to lie to you, right? But at the same time, it is totally centralized. And if you hate centralization, then you're not going to like BNB and you're not going to like Binance Smart Chain. So that's my thoughts on BNB. So it depends on what you believe. It's just as easy for developers to put their tokens on PancakeSwap like BSC as it is to put on Uniswap. So there can still be a ton of decentralized projects on Binance Smart Chain being developed and put on there. But at the same time, the chain itself is centralized. So it depends on how you feel about that. Can't wait to buy BTC at 20K and then at 3K. CAC, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, like DCAing on the way down is not a bad idea because you don't know where the bottom is going to be. So every time you get paid, you put $200 into Bitcoin or whatever coin, and then you get paid 2 weeks later and you put a couple $100 in. That's not a problem because if you're looking into the future, because there's a Bitcoin halving in 2024, 2028, 2032. And at the 2032 halving, that's when Bitcoin's block reward is less than 1 Bitcoin. So it's like 0.7 something Bitcoin, something like that. So at that time, if you want to hodl that far into the future, buying $200 every couple weeks is not a big deal. You know what I mean? Like if you're the kind of person that believes that Bitcoin will one day be $100,000 or one day be $1 million, what's the difference of buying $200 worth of Bitcoin at 50,000 and then $200 of Bitcoin at 30,000 and then going back up? You know what I mean? It's such a low margin compared to the possible highs of Bitcoin that it's really not that big of a deal. You know, like you're just missing a 2x gain somewhere in there out of 100. Instead of 100x gains, you could have got 102x gains. Like what? Like it's not that, you know, it's not that big a deal. Like just DCAN the whole time. Doesn't matter. Is it 30,000? Is it 20,000? Is it 10,000? Just keep buying, right? And that's probably the best way. You know, if you knew the exact bottom, like at the beginning of, like, here's the optimal way to do it. If you were a psychic, you would have sold Bitcoin on December 17th, 2017, and then you would have held your money the entire time, or then you would have bought Ethereum and then sold it when Ethereum went to $1,400. But either way, let's just talk Bitcoin, just Bitcoin. You would have sold in 2017, and then you would have waited 1 year until December 2018 when Bitcoin was at $3,200. Then put all your money into it, and then wait, you know what I mean, even further. But you don't know that 2018 was going to be the low. You didn't know that 3,200 was going to be the low. So you might have piled all your money into Bitcoin at 10,000 when it was going down and been like, oh no, 10,000's got to be the low, right? And you put all your money down and then it keeps going down below that. So, you know, putting all your money down at once, if you're lucky, is the most profitable way, but very unlikely. Bear market is the time to do it. Absolutely. Yeah. For sure. But yeah, I it's not a big deal. Let's see, trying to log in here. There we go. Change some stuff around on me. I don't like it. I don't like when people change stuff around on me on Streamlabs. Anyway, so yeah, that's it's just generally the best way to do it. But ADA still going down. The market looks just bearish. Let's just check Bitcoin real quick. 34,000. Yeah, so last night it got up to 30. I was streaming all through here last night for about 6 hours. So this is about a 6-hour window or so, somewhere around it here. And Bitcoin was kind of going up at the end of the stream, and people were asking, hey, where's Bitcoin going to be, you know, tomorrow? Like, you know, is like, are we going up from here or down from here? And I was like, well, I think 34,000 to 36,000 by tomorrow. I don't think we're really going to make any like sudden changes. But it kind of looks, it's kind of looking even lower now, 33,900. Yeah, so we're kind of still going down. However, there's a lot of, you know, support at, you know, the 30,000 area. I'm sure there's a lot of buy orders at the 30,000 area, so that might prevent us from going below 30,000. It's hard to say. If we continue at 30,000 for several days, like, the buy orders are going to run out and it's going to drop below it. So it depends on how long it stays at the 30,000 area, because eventually the resistance, there's just not enough money to continue buying it at that period as people are forcing their sell orders down on it. Everyone new gets very impatient. Yeah, once people are in crypto for a couple of years, they already have the experience and patience is easy. Yeah, and you might as well just keep on buying. Like, yeah, anymore, it's, it happens. So, yeah, it's really traveling down into the 50, under the 50 RSI again. We were only above 50 for this little period right here, like starting from about here to here. And that was just like a little buy frenzy right at the end of the night. It might have been like morning in Korea or in Europe or something like that. And so like people got online and started buying. And then it just didn't last. But the reason why I say there's a lot of resistance at 30,000, or support rather, I suppose, is probably like the better word for it, is like right here we dropped from we basically dropped $9,000 Bitcoin, and right here it says 30,000 is the low. Up here it'll say 30,000, and that's the lowest point that shadow got to. So exactly 30,000, not 1 cent more or less, 30,000 exactly. So that means that a bunch of people psychologically put a whole bunch of buy orders at 30,000, thinking that they're going to get some nice cheap Bitcoin at 30K. And so you can see that there's a lot of support there. That stopped this. I mean, this is a $9,000 drop, and it stopped exactly at 30,000. So there must be a lot of buy orders right there. And you can see that even when it tries to, shadow down, it's just not really successfully doing it. So probably a lot of support at 30,000. Probably not much support around above that, though. So right now, it's just a struggle to keep up. So we'll have to see. But like I said, if it sits around at 30,000 for days, it's probably going to break down below it, because all of those buy orders are just getting ate up. And like every time people are buying right at 30,000, it's going to start trying to break it lower. I bought Solana spot at key supports, and I'm just scalping longs and shorts on Bybit. Yeah, Solana is looking pretty good, especially with Solana Starter coming out soon. It's like this Solana, it's called Solana Starter, and it's basically like Polka Starter. So it's not Polkadot, and Solana Starter is not Solana. It's just like a token on Solana that like facilitates the buying and selling of ICOs. So it facilitates ICOs. And with Polka Starter, you needed to buy a whole bunch of Polka Starter in order to be, you needed like 4,000 Polka Starter in order to be a priority in buying the ICOs, because everybody's trying to buy it at once. But if you had 4,000 Polka Starter, you'd have a higher priority at getting selected to buy early. And Solana Starter is going to work the same way, but you need like 25,000 Solana Starter in order to be the top candidate, like to receive the majority of the ICOs and be able to purchase them. So people are going to have to go out and buy upwards of 25,000 Solana Starter, which we don't know the price of Solana Starter yet. It's probably just going to start off at, probably less than $1, right? And by the time everybody's buying that 25,000 Solana Starter, it might be like $3, $4, $5. So that's going to be a good buy, in my opinion. I think Solana Starter is going to be a great buy. I really hope there's downtimes, not because of the price, not because of the dumb people, but they always tell me to sell because it's over. Yeah. Holdings. My friend messages me sometimes, like when the price is going down, and he's just like, God, what did he say? Crypto getting slashed, basically, and then afterwards he's like, is it gonna recover? And I just, eventually does, LOL. Like he messages me sometimes because he sees his coins going down, and it's this first year in cryptocurrency. Holding spot and trading to cover your spot is good. Get the urge to trade out of the way. I don't mind spot going down because I can buy it. I expect Solana to reach 15, down to 7 even. Hope I can buy there. Yeah, Solana Starter is going to be a good one. To get Solana at $7 would be good too. Yeah, I suppose so. What is Solana right now? 26. Yeah, so 7 would probably be a good idea, especially if it came up to this price. Its all-time was 56 or so. So yeah, 7 would be great. And again, Solana Starter I think is going to be a good it's going to be a good bet. Let's see. It's like Solana Starter, Soul Starter. Yeah, it's Soul Starter. Okay, so Soul Starter, but sure. And so it's like a Solana token called Soul Starter, and it's like the premier IDO platform. So you'll be able to buy ICOs, and like your Supernova, you basically like stake Solana Soul Starter And you like the tier 4 is you get 50% of the pool weight. So like you get like 50% of the ICOs that come at you, like the ability to buy them. And I think it's like 25,000. Like if you read the paper, it's like 25,000 staked Soul Starter. And like this one is just 16,000, and this one's 9, and this one's 5. So you need to stake the Soul Starter in order to get the opportunities for the ICOs. And Polka Starter was amazing because if you were lucky enough to get into a Polka Starter ICO, they went up like millions of percent. Like they were insane. Like as soon as they came out, it just exploded in value because nobody could get it. It wasn't like the old ICOs where everyone can just pile their money in and they're just going to give that amount of tokens out. I do feel bad for anyone just getting into it a month ago. Yeah, right. It's the way she goes, though. DK, hey, glad to see you streaming again. Yeah, I decided I'd stream again today. Streamed last night, doing it today. Tomorrow I won't be. I gotta go pick up my kiddos. But today's my last day. It was like my weekend. It was my like alone weekend, Friday and Saturday, and it's a super rainy day, so I can't be out riding the old motorcycle or nothing like that. So I figured I might as well just stream. But I appreciate you guys stopping by. Hey guys, if you haven't hit the like button yet on the video, hit the like button. Let's try to get 35 likes to 40 likes. I know there's 36 people in here. I know the majority probably have already hit that like button. Smashing that like button. But please do so. That helps me out a lot. It sends me up in the popularity a little bit more, like in the algorithm. Since we all love cryptocurrency here and we love algorithms, hit the like button to abuse the algorithm and push it higher. But yeah, Soul Starter PogChamp looking. Yeah, no, it's because Polka Starter, if you got into Polka Starter, I think yeah, like that was big. I think Meat Vestments or some investor in Meat Vestments had a bunch of Polka Starter, bought 4,000 at like $4, and then it went. I don't remember. Let me look at a chart of it. Polka Starter. So this is like the same thing. Polka Starter is like the same thing as Soul Starter, except Soul Starter, like Polka Starter was first on like, and technically Polka Starter is an ERC20 token, but it's like a cross bridge between Polka Starter and Ethereum, whereas Soul Starter is like a what I believe is just a Solana token. I don't think it's an ERC20. And this one did the same thing as this site did. Like there would be these like kind of like these, but like groups of ICOs, and you could try to join them. And if you had 4,000 Polka Starter, you were more likely to be selected to buy for the ability to buy an ICO. And they went up in insane value. Yeah, I think they got it like at $1 or something, and it went way up, something like that. But it was a super good buy, and it's really less about Polka Starter, because there was good profit in that. You can see, even now, even when it's falling, it's still way better than buying like right at the beginning. It was more about trying to get into the ICOs, because they went up like tens of thousands of percent. Like it was nuts because nobody could get into it. Like it was so hard to get into it. And you could also sign up to it as well without 4,000 Polka Starter, and you could get into an ICO, but it was like a luck thing. They would basically give it out to the people that had 4,000 first, and that was still a luck thing. They would only give it out to so many. And then after that, they would give it out to some lucky participants that did not have 4,000 Polka Starter. So like you were like way less likely if you didn't have anything at all. I'm kind of a boomer. How complicated is it to buy Solana Starter token? Need KYC? Maybe. You might for the to be able to do the ICOs. Only users who have won a whitelist can create an account through Synapse portal. So yeah, you got to get whitelist status. I think Meat Vestments was really on this. I think them guys at Meep Vestments. I was chatting with Meep about Soulstarter, and I think he is trying to get this started, but I don't know. I have to ask Meep if he comes back. I don't know if he's in the chat right now. If it needs KYC, I think Polkastarter needed KYC. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him. Oh, Meep. Did Polkastarter need KYC, and does Soulstarter need KYC? Soulstarter has a fair distribution. That's why we FOMO. No fee wars. But is it KYC? Do you have to have like KYC to be able to get it? Yes. Yeah, I think that's a yes. To the it depends on the project. Yeah, like in order to buy the ICOs. Yeah, like some of the ICOs will need you to KYC. Most of them require KYC, yeah. So when you go to buy the ICO, but like, yeah, them Polkastarter ICOs were nasty. Like if you managed to get one of the early ones on Polkastarter, those went up like umpteen%, like just like some ridiculous amount of zeros with a percent on the end of it. Just cause, right? Just, were they good? I don't know. Just cause. Polkastarter itself does not KYC, but when you try to buy one of the ICOs, the ICO determines if you need the KYC. No problem. Good with just investing Solana. Fair enough. I get it. Yeah, if you don't want a KYC, but Soulstarter is going to crush the increases in terms of like Solana itself. Polkastarter is pure stress and fee wars. Soulstarter will not have that. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I don't like the KYC on a lot of stuff either. I get it. I totally do. But sometimes for the profits, sometimes you have to, I suppose. Whatever. I suppose just investing in anything else is just the same as well after this little bear run we're on. The most successful ICO platform for Meep Investment was CoinList. yeah, that's right. Polkastarter you didn't have much luck with, but you had luck with buying it and the price increase. Like, didn't you buy that at $1 and then it went to like $6 and now it's still at like $2 or $4 or something? So I'll see if I can do it. I'll definitely follow Soulstarter. I'm just afraid of New York's laws. New York, man, no doubt, dude. Yeah, I live near New York. I'm in Pittsburgh, but I know the state of New York, they don't allow nothing. Yeah. New York sucks for like gambling and KYC and like cryptocurrency in general. Yeah. It's always like available to everybody except in New York, right? You know, available to all customers worldwide except for those in the state of New York. Yeah, New York's the worst in terms of like its I mean, it's somewhat good in terms of its, protection of its citizens in terms of like protecting them from outright scams. But for the most part, yeah, like New York, man, always New York, just never in New York. It's like come to our gambling platform, gamble today, like legally, and it's just like not available for those in New York. And you're like, oh. Pennsylvania is not much better, but it's never had like those where you can't like KYC or buy something like. But Pennsylvania ain't too much better. I think Pennsylvania like just recently legalized online gambling. I think it was like not that long ago, maybe like a year ago, like pretty much the entire time it was illegal in PA. Not too big of a fan of New York's gun laws, too. I really miss Arizona for gun laws. Arizona was legit. Nobody cared. Nobody cared in Arizona. You just, it's in Arizona, it's legal to conceal carry and open carry with no permit. So whatever you want, your choice. Don't even bother going down to the sheriff's office. No need for that. Just stick it in your pocket with I think it has to have a holster on it, but like just stick it down your pants or stick it on the side of you. Like it doesn't matter. Nobody cares, right? Have it right here, like Die Hard style. Doesn't matter, right? cops are just like, good day, citizen. You're like I'd be on my motorcycle and just be strapped to my hip. Visible as the sun. Cops, good day, citizen. Like, yeah, just riding around with a pistol. Nobody cared. Nobody even looked at it. Like, if you walk through Walmart with a pistol in Arizona, nobody looks at it. Like in Pennsylvania, people would like notice it. You know what I mean? Like they'd be a little uncomfortable and they would notice it. But it, like, if in Arizona, yeah, nobody even bothers. They're just like, oh, he's got a gun. Like so mundane, you know. I have 2 of them, you know. People with like big revolvers, you know, like Colt single action armies and stuff, riding on their motorcycle or walking through Walmart with a Colt single action army. Like, just nobody cared. Didn't even bother. Nope. Like when Arizona was formulated, they're like, what's our gun laws? Oh man, I just want to go home today. You know, like all the lawmakers back like 200 years ago were just like, I want to go home. We've already been at this for like 6 hours. I gotta go. Let's just put for guns, put we don't care. Is that legal? Can we do that? Like, just put we don't care. Like, just bring your guns. Who cares? Just don't shoot anybody, right? Try not to shoot anybody. Just bring your guns. Nobody cares. Let's go home. That's basically Arizona's MO. Nobody cares. That's actually insane. How is this a thing? What do you mean, Arizona's gun laws? Well, Vermont has that too. Technically, Vermont, you can open and conceal carry with no permit. Some states are only open carry. Some states are only conceal carry. Some states don't allow either. Some states, it's harder to get a permit for it. Some states require a permit. Most states require a permit. There's like 4 that don't, and that's Arizona. Surprisingly, not Texas. Vermont, it's either Kentucky or Tennessee. There's a few states that just don't care. Yeah, I mean, you can't walk around with it in your hand. Like, that's called brandishing. That's illegal. You can't just walk around with it like in your hand, just woo, you know, I got a gun, nobody cares. That's brandishing. You definitely never want to take it out unless you plan on using it. It's just, in Arizona, like in most states, like if you want to conceal carry a pistol in the United States, you have to go to the sheriff's office and apply for it. They run a background check on you and such, and then they give you a card, your concealed carry permit, and then you can conceal carry, like get a small pistol and like put it in a holster, like in your pants or whatever, like in your pant line, and then you're legal to do so. In Pennsylvania, you can open carry a pistol. Some states don't allow open carry. It depends. So I'm in the state of Pennsylvania. So let me explain the gun laws here. So in the state of Pennsylvania, you can open carry except in a Class A city. That's only Philadelphia. Only Philadelphia. Pittsburgh doesn't count. Harrisburg, Erie, they don't count. Only Philadelphia. So you cannot open carry in the city of Philadelphia. However, anywhere else in the state, I could have a pistol on my hip and visible. It must be visible. And I can walk down the street just fine. Maybe a cop might ask me if, you know, you might get stopped, but it's legal. It's an anomalous carry state. It means it doesn't really have any laws against it or for it. So you can do it. However, if I was open carrying and I open my car door and I sit in my car, now it's concealed carry. That's illegal. I don't have a concealed carry permit. So if I sit in my car, big trouble, because that's concealed carry. Even if it's still on my hip, it's concealed carry as soon as you get in your car. That's bad. So I ride a motorcycle. Well, I have a car too, but if I were to sit on my motorcycle with my pistol in a holster on my hip, it would be concealed carry. I know, weird. You can totally see it because it's a motorcycle, but it's concealed carry. That's illegal. So I would have to go to the sheriff's office and get a permit to be able to conceal carry it. And then I can conceal it, and I'm legal if the cops come, or like I get pulled over for even just speeding. I'm obligated to tell the police that I have a pistol, but I have a concealed carry permit for it. Like, I was pulled over in Arizona once. I think my license plate light was out, something like that. Like, it burned out, and that's illegal in the United States. Like, minor illegal. It's just like a traffic violation thing, that if your license plate isn't lit up with a little light. So we get pulled over. My wife was in the car, and I had my pistol under my seat at the time, and in a holster. And the cop walks up to the window and, says license and registration, yada yada. And I said, officer, I have a concealed pistol in the vehicle. Just wanted to let you know. And he's like, where is it? And I said, it's under the seat. He's like, okay, just don't reach for it. All right. So, but if for some reason he had to pull me out of the car and like be like, hey, like you have a warrant out for your arrest, or like I need to search your vehicle or something, right? Just maybe he like thought there was drugs. I don't know, just for some reason. And he's like, get out of the car. I want to search your vehicle. Just as a routine. I suspect something. And he found that pistol, and I didn't tell him that pistol was in there. I would probably be in trouble. So you're like obligated to tell the police. Like if you get pulled over, even if you're totally legal, just tell the cop you have a gun in the car. Even if you're totally legal, just that's all you do. As a German, I really don't get the gun thing. Self-defense. A well-regulated militia being necessary. Yep. At least no need to investigate on weapon black market. It is a controversial topic for some, but what is your opinion on gun laws in general? Oh, I'm totally pro-gun. I am American too, so you're gonna find that a lot with Americans. My coworkers have a lot of guns. I'm upstate. My ton of people have them. Yeah, sure. You can totally get guns in the state. You're from the state of New York, right? Yeah. You could totally get guns in New York. I just don't like their gun laws, like how hard it is to get a concealed carry permit and stuff like that, and no open carry and yada yada. Please enter confusion of the highest order meme here. Just strap your weapon on the roof, then I guess must work in the U.S. Well, yeah. If that was the case, like if I was out open carrying, I wouldn't be in my car. I would have to have a concealed carry. But you could take your gun off your hip, take the magazine out or the bullets out, and rack the slide back and lock it, or depending on the weapon or your bolt or whatever, and put it in your trunk. And you're just constitutionally you're allowed to transport firearms for the purpose of sales, moving, or target practice. So it's totally legal to just put a gun in your trunk or something and make sure there's no bullets. They have to be in separate containers, etc. It's best to have a whole container for your weapon, like if you have a rifle box or something. But yeah, it's legal to transport them. Should the NRA start its own meme coin? 1000x overnight? Yeah, for sure. Everybody should try their meme coin. Police can't search your vehicle without probable cause of warrant or a search incident to arrest. Yeah, exactly. All I'm saying is, like, when I was in Arizona, I got pulled over one time. It was only because I had a light out on the back of my car. But when the cop walked up, I did have a pistol under the seat, totally legally. I don't have any felonies. I don't have any misdemeanors. I'm not found incompetent to have a gun. So I'm totally legally allowed to have a firearm. I don't have any criminal background, yada yada, right? Totally legal. So I tell the cop, there's a pistol. I have a concealed pistol in the office, in the car, officer, and they appreciate that, and they say, where is it? And just don't reach for it. And he doesn't care, and he goes back to his car and runs my shit. I'm just saying, if he like looked in the car and like thought he saw a joint, right? There wasn't one, but just pretending, if he saw a joint or an empty beer bottle and he's like, what is that? Why don't you get out of the car so I can search your car? They can make up almost any reason to search your car. Most of the time, police do not, especially if you're being very cooperative with the police. I'm just saying, as an example, if he wanted to search my car for some reason, maybe he thought he seen a joint, and like he found my pistol and I didn't tell him about it, that I could be in trouble over that. So you just always tell. You just always say it. I mean, if you're a fugitive on the run, yeah, you probably aren't going to tell the cop, right? But if you're totally legal, it's just common courtesy. And I think you're obligated legally. Oops, I just kicked my desk pretty hard there. And you're obligated to just tell them that you have it. I'm just saying. Hey there, long time no see. How are you doing? Do you prefer YouTube or Twitch streaming? I mean, where should I pay more attention to your channel? Wherever you prefer. Back Under. Yeah, holy cow. I just now recognize the name. Wow, yeah, from DLive. Holy cow. Yeah, you can either watch on Twitch or YouTube. You do you. I just stream on both because some people watch on either one, and it's a either way for me sort of deal. I mean, I suppose, like, if you were a big streamer, like, if you had to ask the question, would you rather have, like, 1,000 viewers on YouTube, or would you rather have 1,000 viewers on Twitch? I think I would probably rather have 1,000 viewers on Twitch, just because of the way they operate, and then then you get into the partner program, and then they take less fees from you and stuff like that. So, yeah. I guess I would prefer a bigger viewership on Twitch, but unfortunately, that for me, it's not unfortunate, but for me, it's always going to be bigger on YouTube, because all my videos are on YouTube, all of my subscribers are on YouTube, and my Twitch is just plain rather small. That was so long ago since the launch of WoW Classic. Yeah, I was playing. I think when I met you, I was playing a private server. And you were playing a lot of, what were you playing a lot of? Weren't you playing, like, Mordhau and stuff like that? What were you playing back then? DLive, yeah, that was like two years ago. I stopped using DLive. It just wasn't good after a while. I think they really ruined it with, the way they changed the chest to work, and that everybody would pile money into it and it would build it up over the week, and like there'd be like 600 people watching a dude that had like 20,000 lino in his chest and waiting for him to open it, but he would just string the viewers along. Yeah, private server, you were leveling a mage. I remember you AoE leveling in Plague Lands. Yeah, and you were playing Mordhau, Elder Scroll, and stuff like that. Yeah, aren't you from, I can't remember the, I remember, the country. Nah, don't tell me. I know what it is. It's weird, too, because I went to college as a geographer, and I can't remember certain country names until I see it. Belarus, right? Ah, man. Long time. Holy cow, man. I don't know what... I gotta see your page. Like, have you been streaming a lot lately, or did you kind of give it up? Or I just, man, I'm sorry, like, that I haven't kept up if you've been streaming. No, you don't have any, and you don't have any videos. Do you stream exclusively still on DLive? Because, like, I deleted that app a long time ago. Like, I'm sorry, like, I gave up when Justin Sun went into DLive. Yeah, I gave up shortly after I started to realize that DLive may be filled with bots. Like, an incredible amount of bots. I really started to suspect that, and then I really left shortly after they changed the chest. Because on DLive, for anybody on YouTube and Twitch that didn't ever watch the DLive, it was this crypto platform, this blockchain platform. In a lot of ways, it was really good. Like, the quality was amazing. Like, my stream never looked better on Twitch or YouTube. DLive's quality was outstanding. I don't know how, but it was. And they had this chest system. So the longer that you watched a DLive streamer, this chest would appear, and you could open it, and it would give you Lino points. And you could cash out Lino points for real money. most of the time people would just open the chest and get their Lino points and then donate it directly to the streamer that they were watching, which was a super good idea, the way that it worked. Because the longer people watch you, the more that they can donate to you. And that's great. That's a pretty good system. They changed it. They changed it so that the chest was now not controllable by the viewers, but it was controlled by the streamer. So as viewers watched you, the chest would fill up. And when people would donate to you, a small portion of that donation would go into the chest as well. Also, the streamer could put his own donations into the chest. So you could stream for a few days and say, hey, look, I'm gonna put 50% of the donations into the chest. So that means that a bunch of people are gonna come watch you, because as other people are donating, it's filling up the chest really fast because you're putting 50% of those donations back into the chest. Eventually, the chest starts to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and you can open it. And everybody that was chatting or mostly like chatters, like people who were most active in your channel would be more likely to get more of the points that come out of the chest. But basically, you would open the chest and it would distribute the Lino points to everybody in the channel that was watching currently. Okay, kind of cool. Here's the problem with that, is that people would string along their viewers. It was a common tactic, and it was a smart tactic, which is unfortunate. As a streamer, what you do is do not open the chest. You have no incentive to open the chest, because the longer you do not open the chest, the more viewers you had. Like, I had like 60 or 70 viewers on DLive one time, just on DLive, because I had a chest that had like, I don't even remember, 20,000 Lino, 50,000, 60,000. It was some amount. It was a significant amount of money. It was like 60, 70, 80 bucks worth of money in there, like real money that would go out to people watching the channel. So I had like 60, 70 viewers. The problem is I'm incentivized not to open the chest, because if I open the chest, everyone goes, yay, and then watch your viewer count go zzz, because nobody wants to watch now because they were just there only to receive the Lino. That's it. Okay, fair enough. On the other end, for the viewer, once the chest is opened, they have no incentive to stay and watch you. Right? So it made no sense. And I told the DLive employees that. Like, they came into my channel. They literally, like, a DLive employee came into my channel and asked me, how's DLive going? And I would always tell them how it is, truthfully. And I would tell them that the new chest system is not good because I'm not incentivized to open the chest, and viewers aren't incentivized to stay after the chest has been opened. So opening the chest is detrimental, period. There's no point in doing it. So people would just string along their viewers for like a week, because the Lino would be in the chest for 1 week and then it would be forfeit. It would go back or whatever. So no, like, people would string along their viewers for an entire week and then open it, and then string along viewers for an entire week, and they would basically make a honey pot. So at the beginning of the week, all you do is just take like 100 of your own dollars and put it into the chest, so that immediately at the beginning of the week, you have this big chest and everybody comes to watch you. So you have hundreds of viewers the entire week, and you make well over $100 back. And then you open the chest and you do it again. It was a terrible system. And people would start spamming, open the chest, open the chest. Yeah, exactly. Totally. Yeah, I remember my French teacher in U.S. was so baffled by U.S. gun culture. It's such a drastic difference between U.S. and Europe. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, guns are cool objects, but I don't get why you need to carry one. Self-defense. But I mostly like target practicing. I actually haven't fired my weapons in like 2 years, man. Ever since I moved to Pittsburgh. But target practicing, going out in the woods, shooting stuff up, it's pretty fun. Personally, I don't either. I just target shoot if I get time. Yeah, I don't open carry now in PA. I mean, I could go out and get. I want to get my concealed carry permit, but I don't know. In Arizona, I could. So, yeah. Man, I wonder how much lino you would have if you kept going now on DLive. Well, I mean, I randomly cashed it out. But yeah, I mean, I still have my DLive account, and it's probably still staking. So I don't know if it even still exists, but yeah, it's probably still staking. So I probably have a bunch of lino that I can claim, but it's DLive just, it went downhill really fast. It was amazing for like 2 months, and then after a few months, it really went downhill. Yeah, so the chest would reset after like 7 days. Like it would, like lino would go away. Yeah, I think I have a few thousand lino or something like that. Yeah, I don't know how much I have. I haven't logged into it in so long. Back under. You know, that really sounds like the name of an Australian. It's such like as soon as you hear back under, you're like, okay, there's somebody on the internet, there's a streamer that goes by the name of Back Under. Where is he from? And he'd be like, Australia. And you wouldn't be too wrong in guessing that. But Belarus, fair enough. 1 million lino PogChamp. I bet you got 0 lino. They announced that they're closing. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't care. I don't really care. Maybe one day I'll try to log into it to see. But they had a terrible business model. I knew they weren't going to last. That chest was a terrible, terrible choice. The only way that somebody could ever think about that chest is if you don't stream. You find out that chest is really bad within a week. Like, I get it. You know, you'd be like, okay, let's make our chest better. Like, okay, what if, like, the streamer can pile a bunch in there and it keeps growing, and then you open it up for all your viewers, right? And it creates this big opening party, and, like, everybody's like, yeah, and it's amazing. And you're like, at first, you're like, okay, that sounds like a great idea. But then if you stream with it for about a week, you start to realize real quick the exploit of it, that everybody just runs a 60,000 lino chest so that they have 300 viewers, and they never open it, right? And everybody's just screaming in the chat, open the chest, open the chest, open the chest, so they can move on to the next big one. And that's all they're going to do over and over and over again. That's then the streaming becomes not about the streamer, not about the game, not about the platform, only about the chest. All it is, if you monetize something like that in that way, it only becomes about the money. That's all it becomes, is just the money. And there was a bunch of people, especially if you were from like a really poor nation. I mean, I'm not bashing, okay? But if you were from like a really poor nation, a developing nation, that would be great for you. All you got to do is just go watch somebody that has 60,000 lino, wait for it to open, go on to the next person, or you could rate a bot and it could just go on to the next people. Another problem I had with DLive is that I would have like 30 people in chat and not a single person was saying anything. I would even ask people. There was a couple, and I knew them from my Twitch and I knew them from my YouTube, so I know who they were, right? So there's a couple people chatting, but that left like 28 people totally silent, which was weird. And I'd be like, and that happens. That happens in gaming. Like if you have a bunch of people watching, the majority of people are not typing. I mean, even now, like on YouTube, like I got like 30 people, and it's just a few people. But I know the other people are legit. They just don't feel like typing, or maybe they're like driving and listening to it, or maybe it's just on their phone and they don't care to type. They don't have anything to say, and they're just listening. That's fine. But like DLive was super weird. I'd have like 30 people and 28 people were just totally silent, and I would even ask them. I'd be like, is anybody in the chat? Like, say anything. Donate 1 lemon. Put an exclamation point. Write the letter A. Write your age in chat. Anything. Literally anything. And nobody would say anything on DLive. And I was like, these are all bots. And I would look at the World of Warcraft category and I'd be on top. Because there was only like 4 or 5 people streaming, because World of Warcraft at the time was only private servers until Classic WoW came out. Open the chest. Yeah, there you guys go. There you go. Open the chest. Bahadir, thank you. You're listening. I appreciate it. I'm not bashing anybody that's not chatting. I'm just saying it was really weird on DLive. And I told everybody in the chat, I'm like, look, type anything. An emoji, a plus symbol, your age. Doesn't matter. Type anything. And nobody said anything every single day. And I would look at the World of Warcraft category. There'd only be like 5 people playing it. And I was at 30 viewers or more, sometimes 30 or 40. And the next person has like 2. So I'm like, that's a little bit weird, right? And then I would look at other game categories and it was the same thing. The top person had like 30, 40, 50 viewers, right? Or 70, whatever. They had all the viewers. The next person had nothing, like 2, 1, 3, like barely anybody, sometimes 0. So it was kind of weird. And I started to think to myself, I'm like, wait, so maybe they take bots and they send it to the top person in each category to make it look like each category is really active, when in reality, there's only a few people watching everybody. And then there were totally bots on DLive because they would enter your channel and say, follow me back. And you'd be like, bling, and you'd get the follow notification and they would immediately leave. And that's what they did all day. That's all it was, is like, follow me back, follow me back, follow me back. And they would go to every single channel. And you'd have like 30, 40 follows a day on DLive from these people who would just jump in, follow you, tell you to follow them, and then leave. So it was just total bots. It was a total shit fest, but the quality was amazing of DLive. Hey, MrSotko, I've been following you on and off for 2 or 3 years now. I wonder why you'd have rather fewer viewers, even though you have quality content. Do you do anything in regards to marketing? Why I'd rather have fewer viewers? Did I say that I'd rather have fewer viewers? I don't recall saying that. I would love it if 1,000 people joined me on YouTube right now. I mean, yeah, no, I'd rather have way more viewers. I'd rather have far more. In terms of marketing, kind of, yeah. I mean, I market all my videos, but not like through Google, like not like ads. I network my videos in various places to obtain more views. No, I would not rather have lower viewers. I'd certainly like to have a lot. I mean, help me out. Hit the like button and click the share button. Share it on Twitter, Facebook, wherever. That helps me out a lot. That helps me out the most. Like, if you want to help a YouTuber out, like if you have a favorite YouTuber or you watch a YouTuber's videos like every day or something, right? And you want to help that person out and maybe you don't want to give a monetary donation, that's fine, right? The 2 things you can do is 1, like the video. That actually helps. It literally helps. It pushes the algorithm up. And share the video. Sharing the video is the best. Like to Twitter or to Facebook or to whatever social media you have. Like whatever. A Discord, a Telegram, this, that, or the other thing. Because, you share it to something like a Facebook or some kind of social media page where you have 3, 4, 5, 600 followers, right? That's a lot of people that could watch it. That's a huge, you totally branch it out. And if one of those people share it, then it branches out to another 1,200 people. And so that's the best way to help. But yeah, Warcraft 3. I used to play Warcraft 3 back in the day. I used to play a lot of Warcraft 3. He needs to start playing Roblox, obviously. I also have Roblox. Only because of my son, though. I made a test channel one time, not that long ago, in order to test YouTube Shorts. So I have a secret YouTube channel, and it is Roblox content. And the YouTube Shorts algorithm is broken. I got more views and more subscribers on that channel than this channel would get in, oh God, like 6 months almost. And then I kind of stopped, but it was just an experiment. I wanted to see what YouTube Shorts could actually do. And if you make a channel and you do nothing but YouTube Shorts, then it gets a lot of views. But yeah, unfortunately, I know Roblox all too well. I think it's like the worst game ever. I think it's so incredibly boring. I think Roblox is easily one of the most boring games I've ever played in my life, but my son loves it. Absolutely loves it. So sometimes I play it with him. Like, he'll stand next to me and he's got like a phone and he's like playing the game and I play it on here. And but I can only stand it for like an hour. You're giving me that like since barely any one of my friends cares about crypto. Oh, come on, give me the like anyway, even if they do. Appreciate you though. Can you even watch the shorts on desktop? Yeah. But they're also videos too. I mean, it's essentially a short video, but there's like a short section, like if you go to the YouTube app. And my son watches these. Okay, so when you have a kid and they're on YouTube, you start to understand the trend of YouTube a lot better in terms of like what kids watch. And my son recently got into watching YouTube shorts, and he'll just go through them, just like he'll just keep going through them, boom, boom. Like, I don't even know what these are. Like, I don't watch these. It's just, and he'll just go through them. Boom. Sometimes my son will scroll through, hit subscribe. He goes subscribe, and he hits subscribe on every single one of them for hundreds of them. Just he's autistic, so he's a little bit weird. But like he like scrolls to the next video, hits subscribe, scrolls to the next one, hits subscribe for fun. So if you make shorts, there's like, especially for kids, like Roblox content, they just scroll, subscribe, watch, subscribe. That's all they do. And so I got an unbelievable amount of subscribers in like 3 days. And so I think I got like 900 subscribers in like 3 days because I uploaded like 60 or 80 shorts, Roblox shorts. I uploaded them all at once, like within a day of each other, basically. And so within 3 to 5 days, I gained 900 subscribers, which isn't too crazy, right? If I would have kept up at it, it would have been higher. But I kind of stopped because it's so boring. Oh my God, it's so boring. And gained like 150,000 views, or like well over 100,000 views in like 4 or 5 days. So for a brand new channel, 0 subscribers, 0 views. Nobody knows it exists. I didn't network them anywhere. I uploaded them. That was it. And they catch on to the YouTube short algorithm, and they show it to everybody. A lot of people in the comments are like, I don't even know what this game is. Like, what am I even watching? Some of the people didn't even know what they're watching, because that means that people are scrolling through and it's just giving it to them because there's no other content to show them, because they're just watching all of it, and it'll just show them mine for whatever reason. YouTube Shorts is incredibly powerful. Incredibly powerful. Have you played Blankos? I don't know what that is. No. Roblox is like Lego meets Minecraft meets Facebook, but without the fun parts and all the bad parts of Facebook. Yeah, Roblox is pretty. It's pretty boring. Kids love it, but I don't know. It's pretty lame in my opinion. Yeah, can you even watch it on desktop? I think so. I'm not sure. I know there's a button directly on your phone. But there's some channels that make shorts, but you can still watch them from desktop. So just the short section where you just scroll through it is on your phone, but you can still watch those same exact videos on desktop. Like Seth Estrada made a few shorts. So they're just on his channel as a video. It just says hashtag shorts on the end of it, and it's less than 60 seconds long. But they're on his channel, you know, so you can watch them. But on the phone, you get the TikTok swipe style. Like you swipe through it, and they're fast videos like TikTok, and you just swipe up to the next video. And my son will literally hit... I've watched him do it. My wife has told me she's seen him do it too. He scrolls through, clicks subscribe, scrolls, clicks subscribe for fun. Like, it's fun to him. Blankos is like crypto Roblox to an extent, I guess. Ah, okay. If you want to look at that for Blankos Block Party. Okay, I'll look it up sometime. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the market, it's looking pretty grisly. Looks like we're going to be going down to 30,000 maybe. I think I predict, I think I'm going to have to throw a prediction out for tomorrow, somewhere 30,000 to 33, maybe like 32 to 34. I hope I'm wrong about that. I hope it just starts rocketing upwards. That's the kind of thing I love to be wrong about. When I predict that the price is going to go down, I love to be wrong about that. I love to be wrong about that. You know what I mean? It's like, you're like, oh, I think Bitcoin's going to hit 30,000 tomorrow. That's pretty lame, you know? And then you wake up and it's at 40,000. You're like, I'm glad I was wrong on that one. That's one of those things where you're just like, you're not too worried about being wrong on that one. But yeah, I don't see any good news. There's like really no good news. I looked around a little bit. Like I can refresh some of these just to kind of get some of the latest. But there's really nothing that's really going to hype crypto right now out of this slump. And that's usually what I look for, is some good news that's going to do it, because it was bad news that brought us here. It was good news that brought us up to 60. So it's really the news that really moves it. Maybe I can't see them because it's in beta and not for Europe. I don't know. I don't see them on desktop either. It's on your phone though. Like, it wasn't available for me right away when I started making the shorts, but it is on my phone now. Like if you bring up the YouTube app, look down at the bottom where it says subscriptions, library, it has the plus button so you can like do a stream or whatever. And then shorts, and then home. So it's the second button on the bottom. It says home, shorts, the plus icon, subscriptions, library. Like check your phone. It'll say shorts, and you can just scroll through them en masse. And it might not be to every market right now. It might not be in Europe right now. I don't know. Because like when I started learning about shorts, I checked my phone and I didn't see nothing about shorts. There was no shorts button. And I looked on YouTube and some people did have the shorts button on their phone. I did not. And I was like, I even tried to update my YouTube and stuff to see. And yeah, and then now it is. Like now, like, I don't know, in the past couple months it's been there. So like it's going to different markets slowly. Like you might look at your phone now and it's not on there, but like in a year or in a few months, it's going to be there. I'm pretty sure I've got a lot of VODs of my streams. Whenever I feel really nostalgic, I rewatch them and hits right in the feels. Yeah, I got some older ones. Sometimes I watch them, but I think mostly my fans were absolutely awful at clipping on Twitch, because like half of my, like 75% of my Twitch clips are so bad. Like it's just me like sitting there, like I'm just like clicking or something for a second, and then I was just like, why did somebody clip that? Like what? There wasn't anything. Nothing happened. Like what? It's so bad. My viewers are so bad at clipping. I'm sorry, guys. I love you. But on Twitch, I love you guys. But on Twitch, you guys rarely made good clips. Like I can go back and watch most of them, and it's just like, sometimes it's just like my boat on World of Warships, just like driving, and I'm like going around an island, like trying to reposition for 30 seconds, and then it ends. It's just like, what? I didn't even say anything funny. There was no explosions. I didn't win. It was just 30 seconds of nothing. It's just, what is happening? In the German app, the second is Discover. Yeah, that gets replaced by shorts. Discover is the trending. It used to be trending. Remember YouTube trending? And you'd get like those Jeffree Star videos, and like you'd get like Jake Paul videos, like all the super popular like videos, like Jake Paul and Logan Paul, and like music videos. That's what that is now. It's called Discover. But my button is gone. It's home, shorts, the plus icon, subscriptions, library. So it's gone. It's just shorts now. So eventually, as you upgrade, as they put it out to different markets, when your phone upgrades the YouTube app, eventually it'll show there. Has there been any recent news on ETH switching to proof of stake? Aside from Vitalik Buterin kind of got upset about the miner revolt over EIP 1559, they all moved their hash rate to one pool as a protest. And Vitalik Buterin didn't really like that. He didn't really care for that. And he said he wants to try and get proof of stake out before by December this year, which I don't think is going to happen, but that's what he wants. So we'll see if he can actually make that happen or not. I was sitting right now and I was trying to remember the name of that dono option on DLive that your son hit. Oh, Ninja Genie. Yeah, those silly names are catchy. Yeah, I kid you not. I don't remember what. No, I do remember what happened. So I was watching your stream, and I went to go get my son some apple juice or something from the fridge, and that was just around the time my son was starting to tinker with electronics, like tablets and phones. And I set it on the couch, and I walked away, and I come back, and he donated all of my money to you. And which I was like, oh man, like I don't want to have to ask for that back. Like that's so lame. But I did give you 1,000, I think. You gave me it back, and I gave you 1,000. So bad. Oh man. He was sitting right next to me. We were watching something, probably Paw Patrol or something lame, dude. And yeah, I set it down, which was stupid of me. And since he's seen the Ninja Genie, because he liked toy cars, he was like collecting Disney cars at the time, like those Disney's cars, like die-cast cars. And so he was obsessed with cars at the time. So of course, the first thing he presses is the Ninja Genie. And he pressed it like twice or something. I don't remember, but it was a lot. Like the Ninja Genie is the biggest donation on there. Yeah. So in that amount of time, because I come back to you like, whoa, that's a crazy donation, man. Thanks a lot. I'm like, oh, man. I'm going to have to maybe ask for some bad news on that one. That'd be like me getting a $100 donation, you know, and I'd be like, yeah, dude, thanks, man. They're like, whoa, I didn't mean to give you that. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I'll refund it on PayPal, you know. I'd be like, oh, I was happy for a second there. I was like, oh, it was a $100 donation. Yeah, it's a good donation, you know. And then like, what was the Ninja Genie worth? Wasn't it like $100 or something? Because there was the Ninja Jet, or I don't remember. It was a big one. I think there was the Ninja Jet was the biggest one. Yeah, the Ninja Jet was like 100,000 Lino or something. Yeah, it was a lot. Are many others also looking to switch to POS now that Musk started the whole environment discussion? Yeah, probably, man. I really think that Bitcoin is going to get a bad rap because of the environmental problem of Bitcoin. And it's really not that big of a deal, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not much of a... I mean, technically I'm a geographer, kind of. So I took some environmental classes. And I mean, Bitcoin's not that bad. But because the light is on Bitcoin... and when all the Chinese miners move to North America, that's going to put a bigger light on Bitcoin. And people are going to start to look at the environmental impact of Bitcoin. And you might think to yourself, like, isn't the banking sector even more of a power usage than Bitcoin? Yeah, probably. There's probably a lot of things that are far worse than Bitcoin. But we all know how the world works. If something is in the light, we're going to look at that. Like, I mean, hell, take COVID-19. Don't get me wrong. I don't want anybody to die, right? I don't want anybody to get sick. But quite frankly, the death rate of COVID-19 is incredibly low. It's only really bad for the elderly and the already like brutally sick. Okay? I don't want anybody to get hurt. But I'm just saying its death rate is insanely low. Okay? Like really low. It's like a common cold for most people. Most people don't even know they have it. And the symptoms just go away. But we're focusing on that. What's the biggest death rate in the United States? I mean, I don't know about your country where you guys are from, but in the United States, I believe it's heart disease. It's heart disease. It kills like the majority of people. It kills more people than wars, right? Like far more than like World War II, you know? But we're not focused on heart disease. We're focused on COVID because that's what's in the light right now. That's what's popular to talk about. That's what's in the news. So Elon Musk says, hey, Bitcoin, we're not accepting Bitcoin anymore because of its environmental impact. Oh, now we're focused on Bitcoin, right? We're not focused on that thing that's spewing out coal over there. We're not focused on this plastic factory dumping poop into the river and plastic. Now we're focused on Bitcoin because Elon Musk mentioned Bitcoin, right? We're not focused on throwing our garbage in the ocean. We're focused on Bitcoin because Elon Musk said about it. So now it's in the light. So it's going to get an increasingly bad rap over time. A lot of companies won't want to buy into Bitcoin because it's going to give them a bad look. The woke companies buy into Bitcoin, and now they're going to have this bad look from everybody, from all the environmentalists around them. It's just not a good look. So when Ethereum goes full proof of stake, it's going to be a good look. It's going to be a good look for companies to buy into it. Ninja Genie was 10. Ninjet was 100. Yeah, something like that. What is... Yeah, it was it was 10 and 100 or something like that. I can't remember, but it's back in the day. What do I do for work? A lot of freelance stuff, a lot of consulting, little bit of crypto YouTubing when I get the opportunity. This is like sort of hobby money, trading. Do a lot of trading just throughout the day. I just kind of like, not every day I get to trade, but some days I get to go on rolls of 3 days at a time, you know, or something like that. So I do a lot of things. Bitcoin should just start a charity to plant 1 million trees. Antonopoulos said it's not Bitcoin, but how the energy has been generated so far from fossils or renewables. Yes, that's another thing, is that like Elon Musk and Michael Saylor made the Bitcoin Mining Council so that they could look towards renewable energy. And in fact, there were some articles in here somewhere in the news that was like, you know, a mining pool mines like 2,000 Bitcoin so far, or a total of 1,000 or 2,000 Bitcoin using entirely hydroelectric power. So, I can't remember where that article is now, but yeah, it doesn't matter. You know, it's like the hunt for renewable energy for Bitcoin is on, right? And at the same time, it's got a bad look until that happens. It's getting a bad rap. You know, Elon Musk and China, you know, kind of fudded on it, and it went down to where it was. In fact, we're about at the same price. I think it was like 36 or 38,000 or something when Tesla bought $1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin, and then that rocketed it us up to 60,000. Like, not that day, but just because they did buy it and allow it for their cars. Like, the good news keeps pumping it up, you know. And then with this equally bad news of China, Elon Musk, Tesla FUD, we're right back to where we were. So what your short take on all of that happening from last Wednesday? Are we coming back in a week or two, or are we plummeting? I don't know if it'll be a week or two. It might be 2 days. It depends. It's just crypto kind of goes in these waves of up and down. Of course, we all know that. But another thing too is, like, I've been crypto YouTubing for like 4 years, and the majority of that is news. So I go in and I get the best news and I make a video out of it, and I just compile a bunch of news together. Like, it's like 6 or 7 articles, and I talk about how it's going to affect the industry, and if this is a good thing, if this is a bad thing, right? And news is what moves the industry, like, period. Like, the news. And then that goes out, that goes to get people to buy it. We were at 10,000 Bitcoin. PayPal says we now accept we now accept Bitcoin. Like, you can now buy Bitcoin through PayPal. Ooh, that's not that great of news, actually. but it kind of is. It was like the biggest crypto news that happened in a long time. So we went from 10 to 20,000. And then Grayscale starts buying a whole bunch. MicroStrategy starts buying a whole bunch. Investors are pouring in. And then Tesla says they're going to accept Bitcoin. It shoots up even more. Or Tesla says they were going to buy Bitcoin. So they bought Bitcoin. Then later they said they were going to accept Bitcoin for cars. We go to 63,000. Now the bad news comes out. Now we're just in the bad news phase. And China is banning Bitcoin mining for the fifth, sixth time, I don't know, this many times, right? This is so many times this has happened in the news with China. Tesla no longer accepts Bitcoin for its cars. So, that's bad news. So the market goes down. Then the market goes down and it kind of stabilizes a little bit and there's no news. Like in the whole year of 2018, it was bad news. Bad news, bad news. And we went down to 3,200 Bitcoin by the end of December 2018. Then through 2019, there was no news. The news was mundane. There was just no news. I struggled to find news in 2019. I think 2019 was probably my lowest amount of videos I made. I'm not sure. But I struggled to find news. There was just nothing happening. We traded sideways for an entire year, basically. We kind of had some wacky movements a couple times, but for the most part, sideways trading for the whole year. 2019 was the most boring year in crypto. Nothing happened in 2019. And then 2020 started to come along and things really started to get shooken up. Like with the COVID thing, that dumped the price. And then with the stimulus packages, that just absolutely exploded the price back up. And then PayPal, and then all this good news in a row. Good news, good news, good news, good news. And that brought us to 63. Now there's no news. We had two bad newses, which brought us down, and now there's just no news. Like, look at this. There's just no news. It's boring. There's nothing to look at. Wow, here's some news. Market forecaster Jim Bianco says Ethereum has a lot of upside. Investor doesn't hold Bitcoin. It's terrible. That's the kind of thing I wouldn't put on my channel because it's just some guy's opinion. It's not news. This is kind of fun news, I guess. Maybe something I would put on my channel, but not so. Maybe if I was desperate for something. But yeah, Ripple plans to go public. That's 18 hours ago, but that's old news. I don't even know why that's on here. They already said they plan to go public after the SEC lawsuit is over months and months ago. There's just nothing to talk about. Like, look at cryptocurrency Reddit. I may have stumbled into the first ever Bitcoin post on. From an investment point of view, a bear market can be the best thing that's ever. This is not news. It's just people's saying basically hold on, bear market's okay, stuff like that. Just hold on news. I'm selling all my crypto not by choice, but it's give me a fighting chance. Crypto whales just bought some Bitcoin. Cool. Obviously didn't do anything. More companies are investing in Bitcoin, reveals SEC filings. That's good. We want ETFs. But yeah, there's just nothing interesting. Nothing happened. India's richest man is entering crypto. That's kind of good. I mean, he basically suggested he might, so reasonable. Just not much going on. I'd say the best news, right now is the just for Cardano, but that's not for the whole market. Cardano's Alonzo testnet is coming out soon, and that's going to last 90 days. And Cardano is now going to have smart contracts and tokens on it, on the Alonzo testnet. But it's going to have, the Alonzo testnet has 3 different phases. And by August, the testnet will be over and it'll go live. So we should have Cardano smart contracts and tokens at the end of August, early September. What? No, we all gonna die? My grandmother really... So to answer the end of the question, do you think it's gonna be a week or two? Nobody knows, first of all. Is good news gonna come out and start raising the price back up and get people to start investing in 2 weeks? Maybe. If not, we'll be waiting around for a while. I mean, who knows? I mean, during 2018, it was an entire year of downward movements. And then 2019 basically traded sideways. It was pretty boring. I think we went up to like 12 or 13,000 Bitcoin that year, 2019, once, right in the middle of the year, and then just kind of died back down. It was a pretty boring year. So it happens. Sometimes there's boring years. 2020 was amazing. The first half of 2021 was incredible, and eventually it's got to cool off. And sometimes it's cool for a year or two straight. So who knows? Accumulation phase. Yeah. What's really strange is that when some good news are coming, price doesn't react positively, but bad news and no news drive the price lower. No, I mean, like I said, I disagree. I think like when there's real, actual good news, it affects the price upwards, but it's got to be something that really rocks the market, like PayPal, Grayscale buying $50 billion worth of Bitcoin, MicroStrategy buying several $1 billion worth of Bitcoin at a time. And then, Elon Musk, Tesla buying Bitcoin. That was huge. Everybody knows Tesla. Everybody's obsessed with Tesla and Elon Musk and their stock and anything Elon Musk says. So yeah, it was a bunch of good news that brought us all the way up here, and it was some bad news that brought us back down to 30,000. I was just plain and simple. I don't have the money for an accumulation phase. Yeah, nobody does, right? Not enough. Not enough. Oh, you guys. Good times. Hey, back under, what are you playing lately? I still have WoW Classic. It's just about to get into TBC. I play Company Heroes 2 sometimes. Boy, those are the two that I've been playing a lot. Heroes of the Storm, the Blizzard game Heroes of the Storm. Play that with a friend, and we do rank together from time to time. So yeah, mostly those three, in my opinion, like what I've been playing. WoW Classic, as much as I can. Company Heroes 2, and Heroes of the Storm. I'll tell you what, Company Heroes 2 is one of the best RTSs you'll ever play. Company Heroes 2 is amazing. Company Heroes 2 you can play for like 1,000 hours and not get bored. I think I have like 2,000 plus hours in the game, mostly because I was a shoutcaster for it. But wanted to play TBC 2. Don't have really a lot of time working. And after you left streaming, yeah, I get what you're saying, man. I don't stream that often. Like, it's usually like once on a weekend every week. Sometimes it's not for weeks at a time. I'm trying to get into a more weekly stream, like particularly like on a Saturday or a Friday night, and then, videos the rest of the days. But I'm going to be moving out of this house in like a month and a half. And I'm going to go all the way up north and live in Albion, which is like 100 miles north of Pittsburgh, where the internet is going to be garbage. I mean, terrible. So I don't even know if I'll be able to stream for the couple months that I'll be living in Albion. I'll be able to make videos, but uploading them is going to take forever. I mean, because right now it's basically instant with fiber optic internet. It's just like, it's done, like 100%. There it's going to be 10-20 minutes to upload a video, and maybe even longer if it's a several gigabyte one. It's going to be 10 or 20 minutes just to upload the video. And then I'm going to be moving. Albion is just temporary. Then I'm going to be moving to Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, which is a college town. It's actually where I went to college. And it's only like 13 miles from Albion. So it's like the same distance from Pittsburgh. And there my internet will be better, but significantly worse than it is here. So better than Albion, but far worse than here. So I'll be able to stream like this, but gaming is going to be difficult, and the quality is probably going to have to be 720p instead of 1080. So the streaming is going to take a hit for sure, but I still want to do it because I've been getting a lot more viewers on my streams lately. Yesterday was far better. Yesterday I had like a maximum of 92. I had like 80 people on YouTube and like 12 and 16 on Twitch. So yesterday was a huge deal. It must have been the thumbnail or the name of the live stream yesterday, because everybody was here yesterday. That was amazing. That was so awesome. What do you think ADA will go down to today or this weekend? Yeah, we're pretty dumpy right now. I don't like to predict so much because it's very, very easy to be wrong when predicting. I mean, to be totally honest, like to guess one number out of all of the numbers. So what I would do, man, it's furious. Don't worry about what the price is going to be. Don't worry about what the price is going to be. Instead, if you believe that one day Cardano is going to be $5, $10, I don't know, $3, $5, $10, whatever your belief is, just DCA invest. Every time you get paid, $100 into Cardano, or whatever you can afford. $200 into Cardano every time you get paid. If that's your coin, if that's what you're looking for, DCA, dollar cost average. Always just buy in the same amount every week, regardless what the price is. You buy right now at $1.35. Next week, you get paid again. It's at $1.20. Oh, I just get more Cardano now. So put $200 into Cardano. If it goes down even more to $1.10, $200 into Cardano. Eventually, when the bull market comes back and all the futures, smart contracts, tokens are in Cardano, it might be $3, $4, $5. It might even be more, and you won't worry that you bought it at $1.35 and then $1.20. It means nothing to you because you sold it all for $10, like 10 times the profit. Doesn't matter. So that's what I would say. If I had to guess what the price is, it's going to be lower. I don't, based on the whole charts, it's just not looking bullish at all. It's just not looking. It's not looking good. In fact, I mean, the Ichimoku is saying that it's getting even more disproportionate as we're going down. But sometimes that can be wrong. The future image of the cloud. But maybe Monday prices will recover. It's usually not till Monday that prices recover, particularly after the last Friday of the month was yesterday, and that's when futures options expire. So usually people start shorting really hard before futures options expire, so they can meet those options, and then after that the prices start to recover. So maybe Monday we're hopeful. Saturday, the rest of today and Sunday, will there be a drawback up eventually, because we're just going down. So maybe eventually we'll pull back up but then go right back down. That's a possibility, but I don't think it's going to end higher than what it is now till Monday. That's just a prediction. Don't start day trading off of that, please. But again, DCA invest. You don't have to worry about the price. You don't have to worry about it. Just keep buying. If you're confident that in the future, like Chainlink is going to be $100, then buy at $30. Then buy at $20. If it goes down to 17, buy 17. It doesn't matter, because you're going to make profit on every one of your purchases all the way down or up to $100. So you're making money no matter what. Just DCA. It removes a lot of the stress from investing. Don't just take $1,000 out of your bank account and go, I think this is the low. Is it low? Let's wait for $1.33, and then boom! And then like 2 weeks later, Cardano's at $1.10, and you could be like, I could have put $1,000 at $1.10. I would have made more money, right? Or I would have got more Cardano. So don't do that. So you just every week, just big ball move. I'll buy 88 at $1, or place it all on NR7. Get rich or die trying. $1 Cardano wouldn't be bad. I think because Alonzo testnet comes out real soon. I think it might be already out. It comes out real soon, if not. And that runs for 90 days. And Alonzo is the big upgrade of Cardano. So if you guys are into Cardano at all, or invested into Cardano, Alonzo is the big one. It consists of like white, blue, and green phase, or red phase, or something like that. There's like 3 color phases of it. So the first phase, they implement smart contracts, and then as phase go on, they invite more people to the testnet, and they add more features to the smart contracts and tokens. So that testnet goes on for 90 days, which would put us into August, I think like late August. So by September, Cardano will have smart contracts and tokens, which will definitely raise the price as people are using Cardano to, to facilitate smart contracts and to lock in smart contracts and to make tokens, etc. However, if the market is still real shit around that time, it's not going to have a very big effect. In the same way that even if the SEC lawsuit blew over for XRP right now, nobody has any money to really pump XRP, so it might pump a little bit, but not nearly as much as when where we're in a full-on bull run. So if by August we're in a full-on bull run again, yeah, that's going to be huge for Cardano, because then these smart contracts and tokens are going to come out in like September. Which is really going to create a bunch of hype, because then you'll be able to make DeFi, Cardano, you'll be able to make tokens on Cardano, your own coins, etc. Tokens. You're going to be able to make smart contracts, games, NFTs, things like that. And that will be really big for Cardano. And I'm interested in seeing all of that, because I want to see I want to see these contracts. I want to see how fast they interact with each other. I want to see how fast the transaction rate is once people are using these tokens and contracts and sort of clogging up the network. I want to see how Cardano functions. Is it going to be good? Hey, then Cardano's great. Does it function real slow and crappy? That sucks, But I'm really excited to see it all. But hey, guys, I'm going to take a quick union break. I'm going to be 2-3 minutes. If you haven't hit the like button on YouTube, let's pump up those numbers. We're at 51. Let's try to get it to at least 55. If anybody hasn't hit the like button yet, please hit the like button. I appreciate that a lot. If you have a Twitch and you prefer to watch on Twitch, that's my Twitch. Give me a follow on there. I know a lot of my viewers do not use Twitch, but if you happen to use Twitch, but yeah, sponsor time. But I think I'm gonna do the 400-foot underground vault. You can hit the join button and become a member of the channel for $2.99. You get a Cool Beans badge. You look 32% cooler when you comment on live streams and videos when you're a member of the channel, because you have a Cool Beans badge next to you. 32% is no joke. That's big gains in the crypto world. So, hey, I don't know what to tell you. You can also subscribe on Twitch as well and get the same thing. You get the access to the 400-foot underground vault. This is what you get. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Woo, tempting, I know, guys. You see that list of good stuff? Woo! That Toshiba handybook, those fake UGG boots, the fake Rolex, the fake Gucci bag. All good stuff. I know, guys. So many memberships just popped up. People are just pouring in the underground vault. I know. Exciting. Very exciting. Yeah, $1.33 Cardano. We're still just going down. It's just bottoming out. When we bottom out here, that's a temporary trade position. So like if you guys are interested in day trading, see this RSI all the way down here. If you had bought right here at $1.39, you could have resold $1.43, 44, etc. You could have sold for a small profit, depending on how much you had. But you can tell this is a great buy-in position right here. Even though we're going down, it would have been a great buy-in position just to sell like half an hour later. Like, see, this is just 15 minutes. So 15 minutes, 30 minutes, some 30 minutes later or so, you could have sold it. Let's see. Yeah, just a few percent more, really. So not too big of a gain, but I mean, if you had $10,000 in Cardano, it'd be a few bucks, for sure. But yeah, if we bottom out again, we're just under the 50 RSI line, the majority, like all the way back. This is just majority 50, under 50. So this is kind of where we were high a little bit here. So this isn't so bad, this area all back here, but afterwards it's just following the market down. It's doing not so good. Soulstarter will go live on 11th of May. Okay. But it's the 29th of May. So are they just late to the show? Like, they said that they'll go live on 11th of May, but it's the 29th. Am I like eating crazy pills here? Yeah. Oh, screw it. Is that what they said? So yeah, they're totally not live. Are they? No, definitely not. Yeah. Me. Oh. Yeah, that was, like 20 days ago. Oh. Yeah, they must be facing some difficulties. Just like everything in the crypto world at the moment. I mean, optimistic rollups were supposed to go live April 15th. I think we're a little late on that one by over a month. What do you think about Hex and Pulse Chain? Hex made me a thousandaire and maybe a millionaire. So I'm not a big fan of Hex. However, when my viewers ask me about Hex, first thing I want to say is, like, if Hex makes you money, go for it. Pulse Chain does sound interesting. I gotta give it that. Pulse Chain is like a fork of Ethereum. With like sharding and stuff in it. It's basically like a fork of Ethereum, but like 2.0 before 2.0's out. So we'll have to see how it works with contracts and tokens and whatnot, or whatever it happens to have on it. So Pulse Chain is potentially interesting. Hex, every transaction goes to Richard Hart. So like a little bit of all the fees go to Richard Hart. Every transaction, every time you unstake early, stuff like that, it all goes to Richard Hart. So I mean, the whole concept of Hex is merely designed, and I'm talking about from a programming stance, like literally designed to send all of the Hex to one address, Richard Hart's. So I can't really get into that. However, one of my viewers bought Hex when it was under 1 Satoshi, and he made quite a bit. So I'm down with that. If you can make money on XRP, Hex, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, go for it. I'm just not a big fan of those coins that I just mentioned, but they are real, and I have to acknowledge that. And I love crypto, and I love seeing my viewers and everybody in the crypto space making money. And if you can do that with Hex, great. But personally, I'm not a big fan. However, I'm a little bit interested in Pulse Chain. I kind of would like to research that more. Last week I had a nightmare. I dreamed that BTC was $100 and I couldn't buy one because I had no money. Weird nightmare. What are your thoughts on Polkadot and their latest announcements? I actually haven't heard their latest announcements. What are their latest announcements? I can tell you what I think about Polkadot before hearing the latest announcements. Polkadot, to me, is the dollar store version of Ethereum 2.0. I feel like I'm not that interested in Polkadot. I feel like I'm just more interested in Ethereum 2.0 and what they're going to achieve. Polkadot is kind of a slow transaction rate for being a copy of Ethereum 2.0. I really don't understand why Polkadot's TPS is so low. SafeMoon. You know what? To be totally fair and transparent here, I do not know a lot about SafeMoon. The only thing I get out of it is that it's really just something that's meant to be pumped. And because of its 1 quadrillion supply, that's been the MO lately of like pump coins. About a year ago, the pump coins were low supply. It was really the cool thing to do was to make low supply coins, like low circulating supply, so that every coin was like $8,000, you know, or like $40,000 for a coin because it has such a low circulating supply. This year, recently, it's become very popular for developers to make coins that have incredibly high circulating supply, like 1 quadrillion. And they're all 1 quadrillion. Shiba Inu, SafeMoon, all these moon tokens, all 1 quadrillion. And the reason is because it can kind of move the market cap really easily because of that. And kind of pumps really fast and dumps really fast because of the large circulating supply. And it also provides a level of liquidity too, because you can get a hold of even a small amount of them for very, very little money. And therefore everybody has a little chunk of it, even if you don't have very much. So it kind of makes liquidity. And so they're just making these tokens just so that they pump. And I can't really say I'm too big of a fan of that it's just meant to pump. And it's not looking good for SafeMoon. Like, this pump is over. This is over. Like, nobody's going to be interested in repumping this unless there's a big bull run, maybe. But this looks like everybody already got out. All the smart people got out up here. Everybody already got out. The people down here, if you're buying in, you're just getting wrecked. I really don't believe in this coin at all. But to be fair, I haven't done much research on it. Is Anchor a legit company or a Ponzi? I don't know what that is. If you can't tell if it's a legit company, then I would generally stay away from it, because a lot of them are total scams. Like, they're all over my comments too. Like, hey, don't worry about the price of Bitcoin, just worry about the RJ14X algorithm. And you go to their site and it's clearly a scam. ASL. Can I post links to Medium? Oh, yeah, on Twitch you can. On YouTube you cannot. Trust me, there's a reason for that. I eliminated links on my YouTube like 4 years ago. It was unbelievable, the amount of spam. Like, trust me, if I removed links from my video and continued making videos for the next, few months, they would just be so littered with links to like mining browser add-ons, links to Ponzi schemes, referral links to exchanges, referral links to everything. It's unbelievable. It just peppers it immediately with bots. to exchanges, to scams, to Ponzi schemes, to smart contract Ponzi's, to Brave browser, or the mining browser add-on and stuff like that. It's crazy. Pump tokens with 5% reflections. No, it's not a scam, it's a smart contract. Yeah, exactly. It's a smart contract, so it's totally not a Ponzi. It totally can't fail. Polkadot Network, the launch of parachains. Oh, the staged launch of Polkadot is about another chapter. Let's see, the launch of Polkadot 10 minutes ago. Polkadot is a heterogeneous, scalable multi-chain. In its brief history, Polkadot has demonstrated a highly decentralized and inclusive staking system with as little as 1 DOT may partake in the Polkadot staking system and be rewarded. Hot! Seamless upgrades to its core logic and open functional governance. However, it so far existed only a single chain in isolation. With the launch of parachain functionality, it's about to change in the final vision of... Okay, so they're busting out the sharding now. So staging ground in its first common good parachain, it will give an identity of 1,000. The first system parachain will have an identity of 0. This requires a full governance motion and referendum, which is already passed today. The second is to do such an upgrade. In this case, governance will vote to upgrade the shell parachain to become the state mine parachain. State mine is the Kasuma instance of Polkadot's state mine parachain, a common good chain that allows the hosting of arbitrary assets, both fungible and non-fungible. It also serves a low-cost chain for keeping the transactions, the relay chain's native token. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to read. I mean, this is long. I'd be reading this for like an hour. I'll have to read that like off channel. I'll just save it. So basically, they're sharding is they're attempting sharding soon. Okay. That makes sense because Polkadot's transaction per second currently has been really bad, so they just don't have sharding yet. Okay, makes sense. Don't get too commercial now. Man, I don't know what that's in regards to. I'm not sure what happened. What's up, dude? Hope you're doing good. Chainlink about to go big. Yeah, Chainlink is another crypto that I very much enjoy. I think Chainlink is excellent. Chainlink is one of the few cryptos out there that actually have real-world partnerships, kind of like VeChain. I think VeChain is very undervalued, and Chainlink is moderately undervalued. I don't think it's insanely undervalued, but I do see in the future $100 Chainlink. I mean, we did get to like $60 or something Chainlink, so really not that far away. If the bull run would have just kept going and Bitcoin went to like 70,000, 80,000, Chainlink at $100 is really not too crazy. I'm hoping one day for a few $100 Chainlink, but that's much further down the line. But $100 Chainlink is not outrageous. It just isn't. Like if Bitcoin hit 80,000. Like, if we kept going through $63 when Chainlink was, like, upwards of, what was it? Like, it's way down now. But for a while there, it was 52. Okay, $52. So we were, like, halfway to $100. And I think if Bitcoin would have just kept going up through the 60,000, 70,000, and maybe close to 80,000, $100 Chainlink is not too unreasonable. Gotta go. It's a bit late for me. Have a good one. It's nice talking to you. Hopefully, I'll catch your stream in the future. Yeah, man. Have a good one, dude. Maybe we'll try to game sometime if we happen to come across the same game. Appreciate you stopping by. Yep, for sure, man. That's crazy. I haven't seen back under in wow. I think since I like moved out of Arizona. I used to watch his streams and then D-Live just kind of D-Live was just awful. It was so good at first and then kind of died. Yeah, Meep, I think I agree with you. I think Sunday probably is probably not going to be very good. It seems like a lot of the majority of YouTubers are agreeing that Sunday is not looking so good. Monday, there could be a reversal. If there's hope, in my opinion, Monday. Sunday... the rest of today is going to be very mediocre, and Sunday it might dip overnight even more. So this Cardano at 136 and as low as 132 or 3. You know, if Sunday is another brutal beating, it depends on, I think, Bitcoin's resistance to going under 30,000 as well. If Bitcoin doesn't continue under 30,000, I think we'll stay at relatively the same within like 10-20% of the current price, you know, movement. I don't think Bitcoin would be bad. Now, if Bitcoin went under 29,000 and started creating more FUD, yeah, the rest of the market is going to super tank on Sunday. And then maybe reverse on Monday once we're in the new week after the futures expirations. Because futures expired yesterday, like Friday. And it was something like 2.1 billion or something in futures expiration. It is quite a hardy expiration. And then once Monday rolls around, it's like the beginning of the new perpetual contract. So like a new perpetual contract comes Monday, or or start a new one, right? The perpetual contract either continues Monday, or you can start new ones Monday. Anyway, so SpaceX wants to take a ETH node on a space station. That doesn't make any sense. That really doesn't make. That's really not a good thing. I can't agree with that. Like, I think it was Mr. Beast was putting a whole bunch of Bitcoin on the moon or something, like, for fun. That, fair enough. That's fun. Why not? I guess, you know. But an ETH node in space would be very latent, and nobody would want to connect to that node because you're I mean, like, that doesn't make any sense. That node's going to be behind everybody else. That's stupid. That's so stupid. I don't get it. Where did they say that? Is there like a news article for that or something? Like that they want to take an ETH node on the space station? No. And since when does SpaceX, like Tesla / SpaceX, care about Ethereum? Elon Musk, gee, he's so back and forth. Like he can't stop anywhere. Is like Bitcoin? Oh no. Dogecoin? No. Well, Bitcoin? No, not Bitcoin. More Dogecoin. And then it's like Ethereum. Didn't read it all, but it's on Crypto Define it. Kind of ETH node to space. No, that's a terrible idea. That's just a terrible idea. Nobody would want to connect to your node. Anybody that connects to your node, like if nobody connects to your node, then you're not running a node, right? But if a bunch of people connect to your node, then they're just going to be latent because it's a node from space. So like all their transactions are going to be behind the network, like mining to it is going to be behind the network. It's a pointless node. It's good for nothing at that point. It would be so slow. It's stupid. Stupidest thing I've ever heard. Let's see. Is there any good stuff on crypto Reddit? Yeah, see, this is a boring day. This is like one of the boring days in crypto news. You know, this is like one of the days if I was like, oh man, I really want to make a video today, I'd have trouble doing it. Like, I'd probably make a video of this for sure. Like, that would make a great video. But, you know, if I had already made a video on that news, then there's just like nothing left. Like, that's the only thing that's really interesting going on right now. CCP-owned state media claims BTC would be the death of society, while many Hong Kongers use crypto to bypass censorship. So yeah, like Bitcoinist / China news, you know, and that's always like, that's always really questionable news, you know, where somebody else says, hey, their state media said this. Why don't we just get the actual quote from the state media? Because the news from China is very vague. It's very hard to get the real word out. Ethereum node will be delivered by SpaceX at International Space Station. What do people say about this? I don't understand. Why did they send an Ethereum node on the ISS? Is this some kind of marketing move, or does it have a technical purpose? It has practical purposes as the one node that can't be wiped out by terrestrial disasters. Yeah, but if there was such a terrestrial disaster that was so bad that wiped out all of the nodes, then the people on this International Space Station are dead. Right? And then at the same time, everybody on Earth is dead. If it wiped out all of the nodes on the planet, then the internet wouldn't be being sent up to the International Space Station. That makes no sense. This just makes no sense. Seems like our least of our concern in the event of Earth knocks out the rest of the network. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, marketing, and probably because Elon Musk thought it was cool. Except Elon has nothing to do with space chain. I don't know what any of this is. Yeah. I'll have to read the article at some point, but at least the node is still up. Yeah, but it wouldn't be running. It would just, I mean, I'm sure if there was such a brutal attack on planet Earth that it wiped out all nodes and internet in existence, then at least some hard drives would likely still have all of the wallet files on it that you could continue up a new node with. Like, I mean, and again, that would be the last of your worry, like continuing up Ethereum after everybody's like basically wiped out. Like, I'm not going to be worried about ETH right now. I'm going to be worried about like killing roaming cats so that I can consume them so that I don't starve to death. You know, like, it's just stupid. The node is going to be so high that you're going to have to transact with satellites. Obviously, there's no cable, clearly. Right, so it's just going to be latent. If anybody connects to it, the latency of that node is going to be so much higher than a node just down the road or in their city. It makes no sense. It's stupid. Sure, why not? I don't get this. Is this some kind of marketing ploy? Is like SpaceX or Elon Musk or something into Ethereum now, and he says Mr. Musk has nothing to do with Chainlink or SpaceLink. Cryptocurrency will be at the bottom of the list behind mutant radioactive roaches. Exactly. Yeah. Like I'm definitely not gonna be trying to set up an Ethereum node on the electricity that doesn't exist and the internet that no longer exists. I'm probably gonna be sharpening a stick so that I can throw it at the cat across the street and put it over my fire. Right? I think we're gonna be prioritizing. I'm gonna be pulling the duster off of the dead man in the middle of the road and going, and it fits. I'm gonna be checking the corpses for their shoes to see if they're the same size as me. Okay? If all of the nodes on planet Earth were wiped out, I love that comment. Yeah, if all the nodes were wiped out, we'd still have one in space. Well, okay. I don't think all the nodes are going to get wiped out. If they do, then Earth was decimated by either thousands of nuclear weapons or was hit so hard by a meteor that it sent a shockwave and changed our atmosphere for hundreds of years. There's gonna be higher priorities. Oh, thank God, while we're in our fiery, burning city around us, and our family is murdered from bricks hitting them of the tremendous wind of the meteorite, and you're bleeding, your arm is broken, there are no doctors, and you're like, oh, but take my eyes, but not the F node in space. Take my eyes, but not the F node. It's the stupidest thing. This is not a good idea by any means. I don't know what they're supposed to, I don't know. Is it like Space Link? Are they trying to like, is it like that satellite company that makes all the satellites for the satellite internet? That I kind of get it, you know, okay, have an F node in space and relay it off the satellites all over the world. Okay, kind of, but yeah, anyway. That's the whole fiat system gone. At least it's not a Doge wallet or something like that. I hope the node can survive a solar flare. Yeah. Oh, dear God, no, don't take our final F node from space. Moist Bagel. It's a very nice name. I'm sure the ladies don't like it. But thank you for following me on Twitch. I appreciate that. How are you doing? Welcome to the super fun show we got going on here, talking about how there's going to be an F node in space, which doesn't make any sense to me at all. But sure, why not? You know, welcome to the show. Oh, crypto. Let's imagine that the world is gone. At least the people on the ISS can still use their F. Yeah. Yeah, I guess let's not be greedy, right? They still need to operate their smart contracts. They still need to access Uniswap. So, at least we still have that. They still, at least the people on the ISS do not lose their crypto kitties. Take the world, but not the crypto kitties. Anything but. Just got into crypto. Should I dump my money in today? Market's looking red and angry. Well, it's not an unreasonable time to get in. However, it's looking like it's going to be dumping more over the weekend. Probably Sunday too. It's just looking that way. I mean, it's very easy to be wrong about these sort of things. But I seem to have an agreement among some various YouTubers that others are also saying that Sunday is looking pretty bloody. Depends on if Bitcoin is going to break through the 30,000 mark. There's a lot of buy orders there, so a lot of support. So if there's a lot of buy orders piled up at 30,000, like limit orders, then it's going to be hard to break down through it. You're going to have to buy all those orders first. And if Bitcoin stays above 30,000, we're not going to lose much on the rest of the altcoins. If Bitcoin went to 30,000 now, we'd lose a bit. Like everything would kind of go down just a bit. What I recommend for anybody, new or old to the industry and to investing, is DCA investing. Just in case you don't know what that is, it's you can Google it. It's dollar cost averaging, and basically, like every time you get paid, let's say you can afford $200 for stocks, investments, whatever, right? So you take your $200 and you buy $200 worth of crypto. 2 weeks later, you buy $200 worth of crypto. It doesn't matter what the price is. Is Bitcoin at 35,000? Buy $200. Is it Bitcoin at 30,000? Buy $200. And then every 2 weeks. And just plan that for the next years. Because Bitcoin in 2024 will undergo, basically the market is powered by, if you notice me talking about Bitcoin a lot, Bitcoin powers the market. If Bitcoin shoots way up, the rest of the market typically goes up with it. Whether it's proportional or disproportionately, it goes up with it. Basically, almost always. So, in 2024, Bitcoin halves again. Bitcoin halved in 2020, and it halves again in 2024 because the Coinbase reward of the block reward of Bitcoin is currently at 6.25. So every 10 minutes, 6.25 Bitcoin are created, usually through a pool. So it goes out to a bunch of different miners, like equally, or depending on their hash rate, right? Mostly people don't solo mine unless you have a big warehouse filled with ASICs. Anyway, the reward in 2024 will be 3.125, something like that. So that means the Bitcoin has to be a bigger price, or the amount of electricity that's being used to mine it is more than they're getting from Bitcoin. And that can't happen. So the miners will hold on to their Bitcoin and sell it for higher prices. It raises the price. Usually it raises the price about 6 to 9 months after a halving. It's every 4 years. 2028 and then 2032. And it continues after that. But the important year is 2032, in my opinion. 2032, the halving of 2032, by the time it's 2032, it's less than 1 Bitcoin per block. So that means that there are thousands of people connected to a single pool and mining. And let's say that pool gets the reward. Less than 1 Bitcoin will go out to potentially thousands of people that are all connected to this one pool. So that's a very fractional amount. I mean, you're already getting fractional amounts of it, but that's so small to split less than 1 Bitcoin between potentially thousands of people. That means the price has to be higher, or the whole thing fails. Either miners have to capitulate en masse, and basically the network would be in very, very much trouble, and Bitcoin would fail, or Bitcoin has to be an outrageous price for this mining process to continue the transactions and blocks. In my opinion, that's the way I work. At some point, it has to be higher, or it has to fail, or at least, at the very least, 90% of Bitcoin miners will have to capitulate, and then the difficulty would be lower, and it'd be easier to get Bitcoin, and then everybody would pile on and re-put the hash rate back up. Wherever there's profit, people are going to come back. So let's say 90% of Bitcoin miners capitulate because the price didn't rise enough, and nobody's making any money because the halving is so low. Okay, fair enough. After 2 weeks, the difficulty drops by 90%. Boom, falls through the floor. Now regular miners can make money on Bitcoin mining again. Well, all the warehouses are going to come right back on, so there's always going to be competition. Everyone's going to come right back because look, profit. So they're just going to turn them all on, and they're going to get their money, and the difficulty is going to go right back to where it was. So in some ways, it's very difficult for Bitcoin to fail, because if it's unprofitable, people will shut off their miners and other people will take their place, because they're like, I'll take those profits. I can get electricity for free, or I can get electricity for 1 cent a kilowatt or something. I'll take those profits, and they'll come back and take it. So Bitcoin, in some ways, must increase in price over time in order to be profitable, at the very least profitable for these big mining operations. So yeah, just buy in. I mean, if you got the patience to wait till 2024, or 2028 is even better, or 2032 is even better, then do it. And just $200 every week. You don't have to dump all your money at once. Because let's say you dump all your money at once, and let's say you want to buy let's say I got Cardano up here. Let's say you want to buy Cardano with all your money right now. $1.35. Boom, you put all of it down. Let's say tonight and Sunday it drops to $1.10. Drops all the way down to $1.10. Whole market just starts shifting downwards. Everybody's selling. People are panicking. Drops to $1.10. Well, that sucks. You could have just got it a lot cheaper. So that's why DCA is better. Just buy little bits over time. I think that's the best advice most people could give, is DCA. If you put all your money down immediately, you're either lucky if you make a lot of money that way, the most money, or you're unlucky, more likely unlucky. You heard it here, boys. BTC going to beat 500K in 2024. Maybe. I'm not sure exactly, but by 2032, the price has to be, I'm telling you, it's got to be outrageous. Because people are connected to like Ant Pool and BTC is that BTC pool or whatever it is. There's these major Bitcoin mining pools out there, and like any mining pools, and there are thousands of people connected to them, each one. I mean, thousands of miners, more than that in machines, but like this warehouse is connected to it. All these warehouses all around the world are connected to it. People's ASICs in their houses and apartments are connected to it everywhere. So when that pool gets a reward, it goes out to everybody in that pool, proportional to your hash rate that you are supplying to that pool. And imagine trying to distribute less than 1 Bitcoin. It's just, everyone would get like 72 Satoshis. It would have to be a lot of money, otherwise you'd be like, screw this, and you turn off your miner. But by turning off your miner, you reduce the hash rate for somebody else. So it'll never end. If there's profits to be had, people will come in. It can't end. I'm so happy that I got ADA for 3 cents. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff for sure. Is it worth buying like unknown super cheap crypto hoping it blows up? Generally, no. You can get lucky. Like, there was a token called, let me show you this one. There's Dogecoin. I'm sure you've heard of that by now. And there's a copycat, and it's called Shiba Inu. It's a copycat. It's got a 1 quadrillion supply. 1 quadrillion. And let's take a look. And when it came out, it was in 2020. And it was virtually zero price. Virtually untrackable. Look at that price. 0.000000004 cents. You could buy 1 billion of them for $10. You could buy billions upon billions of them. Trillions for hundreds or $1,000. Right? At that price, that's such a low number that you put $100 into that stuff and you're going to have billions upon billions of them. And then at its high, oh my God, all the way up here. So that still doesn't look like a big number. 0.00003532. But in reality, that's like 100,000% increase. It's like 10,000. I don't even know what that number is. It's unbelievable. The difference in that number. So if you had bought $1,000 of this in April 2021 and tried to sell it around this area, you'd have unbelievable millions of dollars. You wouldn't even be able to sell it all. You'd be struggling to sell it all because there wouldn't be enough liquidity on exchanges for this. You'd have unbelievable amounts of money. However, that's few and far between. You had to get lucky and just trust that was going to go up in price. With your hard-earned money. Like if you put $1,000 into that, that's hard to do. Because you look and you see some coin super low and you go, okay, I'll try it. Is it going to go up? You don't know. Like you might have just wasted $1,000. However, the things that usually do go up over time, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, very good bets in general. Chainlink is a really good bet. I think that's going to be $100 one day. I mean, we got to $52 Chainlink, and then the bull run kind of ended early. But I think if we had $80,000 or $90,000 Bitcoin, it would be $100 Chainlink. Chainlink is a very good project. Litecoin overall is pretty good. It's losing ground as a very good project, but I mean, we were at $450, so that's significant increase. You know, to go back to all-time high, which was not that long ago. Polkadot's reasonable. People are really into Polkadot. I'm not too big of a fan of Polkadot, but if you had bought Polkadot a while back, you'd be sitting pretty good. XRP has the potential to go to $2 or $3, I think, when the SEC lawsuit goes away and when we enter a new bull run. Dogecoin is a gamble. People might get sick of all of the losses and stuff of Dogecoin. It could easily go back to like 70 cents, or people could just forget about the meme coin thing and move on to a different fad. This is just currently a fad. Even this coin came out in 2013. It just got recently pumped as a fad. Cardano has a lot of potential. Smart contracts and tokens come out on the Cardano blockchain allegedly after August, after the Alonso testnet ends, so September. It could be September. That'll have a big effect on the price. Again, if we're not in a bear run at that period, we need to be in a bull run for everything to really start increasing. Ethereum is one of the best coins ever created. It runs the show. Everything runs on Ethereum. All the tokens, almost every token, every smart contract, every dApp, every DeFi, every NFT, basically almost all of them, probably 90% run on Ethereum. And then Bitcoin will always increase. It's getting kind of a bad rap right now because Elon Musk fudded on it about its environmental impact, and so I think it's going to face a lot more scrutiny in the future about that. And Chinese miners are getting up and leaving China because of the China mining ban FUD, and they're going to be moving to North America, some of them, and that's going to put an even bigger light on their electricity usage. So Bitcoin has some hurdles to get through. In the future, I believe it'll get worse with the global climate wokeness and stuff. What about Matic? I don't really bother with Matic too much. But PancakeSwap's maybe a reasonable bet. That's Binance Smart Chain. This is basically Binance Smart Chain's DeFi. So it's just like a DeFi that uses Binance Smart Chain. And Binance Smart Chain is fairly popular now, along with Ethereum, of course, too. But yeah, Tezos might have a good chance to come back for some reasonable money. Bitcoin SV is kind of garbage, but it might. But profitably, you could probably make some money off of it. But I don't recommend Bitcoin SV or Bitcoin Cash. I don't really recommend Tron either. It's kind of a shitter. OKB can make you some money. That's a exchange token. VeChain is incredibly undervalued in my opinion. This was at like nearly 30 cents. So this really should be $1. VeChain has the most. VeChain probably has the most like corporate partnerships out of every cryptocurrency. VeChain is a supply management token coin. Or is it a token? Is it on the Ethereum blockchain? I don't remember. But VeChain is a supply management coin. And many companies use it. A lot of companies use it. But it doesn't really seem to affect the price too much. But I still think it's undervalued. Solana will probably go up in price probably soon when Solstarter comes out. It's like a token on Solana that either way, there's some hype on that. Ethereum Classic is kind of a shitter, but you can make money on that. Nothing really runs on Ethereum Classic. It's basically Ethereum. It's split off of Ethereum when they had a disagreement over a chain rollback. So that's it's a shitter. There's really nothing that runs on it. Nobody really uses it, but people mine it because it's usually profitable on the ETH hash. And it does pump sometimes pretty disproportionately to the market for whatever reason. Well, I kind of know the reason. Like one on Coinbase, Ethereum Classic is 51% attacked so much that it has like 2-week confirmation times on a lot of exchanges to put them on. So arbitrage opportunities are basically impossible with Ethereum Classic because of like 2-week confirmation times. Stellar, nobody knows what Stellar does. Nobody in the world can tell you what Stellar does. It's like an offshoot of XRP, and XRP is supposed to circumvent the SWIFT system and the banking system. So Stellar is supposed to try and do that as well, but they basically do nothing. I mean, like I was on I actually seen a post about Stellar one time on the cryptocurrency Reddit, and you can literally read what they do. I'm being a little kidding. I'm joking a little bit here, but I'm also being truthful as well. Is it like there was a post on Ethereum or on the cryptocurrency Reddit, and somebody was like, "What? Can anybody tell me what Stellar actually does?" And there was like 100 replies, and nobody could tell anybody what really Stellar actually does. It's just like nobody knows like what they're actually supposed to be aiming for, what their goals are. It's just Stellar. Sure, why not? Again, Chainlink's amazing. Uniswap will make you some money too. Internet computer, I really don't know a lot about it. I've read a little bit about it, but I'm skeptical because that just popped all the way up to the top 10 like immediately, just because it has a high circulating supply and high price when it first came out. So I don't know about that one. So I just put $50 in, and I want to try to buy, sell to have a little fun. What coins do you trade the most? The easiest coin to day trade is Bitcoin for sure. Or are you watching them all for the right time? That's swing trading. Waiting to trade like 2 weeks at a time for the right time is swing trading. Day trading is like a high frequency, like you're going back and forth and back and forth. What exchange are you planning to trade on, if you don't mind me asking? I suggest KuCoin. Litecoin's fairly easy to trade. Ethereum is fairly easy to trade, but Bitcoin by far is the easiest coin to trade, in my opinion, in the market. The only con about that is that the gains are slightly lower than some potentially other coins. Like sometimes Litecoin moves like $40 and you can have a whole bunch of them. And that's great. That would be huge money. Sometimes like Bitcoin only moves like $300, $400, $500, and you have to have a lot of Bitcoin to make good money out of that. Like when you sell at that point, because that's really only like a 2% increase in the price of Bitcoin. To increase in the price of Bitcoin, 10%, it would have to go up $3,400. So it would have to go up quite a bit. But because that it goes up and down quite a bit, it's easy to make little trades with it and sort of practice with it. But KuCoin is great and the app is really nice. I don't use the app. I just trade on KuCoin because it's non-KYC. I got a 2FA and security behind it and stuff like that. What's my thoughts on Robinhood? Garbage. Garbage. You don't own your Bitcoin. You don't get to transfer your Bitcoin. You don't get to. You lose that right on Robinhood. I hate Robinhood so much. Sorry, I'm very biased against Robinhood. I'm not the best to ask. Robinhood. Okay, so no fees are pretty great. That's pretty good. Like no trading fees, or you have a little bit of fees sometimes. I don't know, whatever. But basically no fees. That's great. The ability to just use your phone and put money onto it very quickly. That's great. That's a feature. The problem with Robinhood is that one, it's free, and that creates a problem. That problem is if the free problem is that basically large hedge funds pay Robinhood, so you don't have to. So that means that you're the product. When you trade on Robinhood, you are the product. So when you make a trade on Robinhood, that data goes to big hedge funds and they use that data against you. So they can use that data to trade better. They know how you trade now and everybody else that's using the platform, and they can use that data and manipulate it against you. So it's a problem, in my opinion. That's not good. Another con about Robinhood is that when you buy cryptocurrency on it, you cannot transfer that cryptocurrency away, and you cannot transfer cryptocurrency to your Robinhood account. So therefore, you have no control whatsoever of your cryptocurrencies. So you're essentially just betting back and forth with money. You're not actually trading, like buying Bitcoin and receiving it in your account, and then selling the Bitcoin and then receiving US dollar or Tether in your account. You're just you always essentially have money. You think you have Bitcoin because it says you do, but you don't, because you can't transfer it away. It's not yours. So there are some good things and there are some bad things. Robinhood, yeah, it's really popular right now. I mean, some of my friends that have never gotten into cryptocurrency until just recently with this Doge thing going on. Like my friend bought Doge. He's never bought cryptocurrency in his life, and he did it with Robinhood. So a lot of people are using Robinhood because they like to use their phone, and a lot of people don't like to use an exchange or something like that. Like they don't know how. Another problem with Robinhood is that if you're buying and selling cryptocurrency on it, you truly don't understand it. You don't understand how it's made. You don't understand how it's inflated. You don't understand how the network works. You don't understand how to send and receive cryptocurrency. You don't understand how to sync a wallet. You don't understand anything about cryptocurrency. Like Dogecoin was made in 2013. You don't know that on Robinhood. You don't know that probably the majority of its lifespan has been under 1 cent. 90% of Doge's lifespan has been under 1 cent. It's only because Elon Musk was talking about it and because people wanted to pump like the GameStop pump. It's a copy of the GameStop pump, basically. So crypto started pumping Doge because it's a meme crypto, and GameStop was pumping meme stocks. It's just what they were doing. So they started pumping Doge, and then Elon Musk started tweeting about it and stuff. It's an accident. And now that it's on Robinhood, everybody's buying into it. People that have never bought it before. But Dogecoin, every 1 minute, one Doge block is produced and pushed forward, essentially, or maybe backwards, I guess, in chain talk, whatever. Block times are 1 minute. Every block produces 10,000 Doge forever. There's no ceiling. There's no 21 million Bitcoin. There's no ceiling at all. It just produces Doge forever. 10,000 Doge per minute. Every minute of every day. And so the problem is like once Doge is $1, it's producing $14 million worth of Doge a day that's getting dumped onto retail investors like Robinhood every day by miners. Once it's $2, it's $28 million a day. So you can see how that starts to put more sell pressure. $3, even more per day. Just starts to keep putting pressure on the buyers, and eventually it just won't work because it's too inflationary. You still using NiceHash? I don't, but I heard some. I think Hydro Economist still once in a while busts out NiceHash and gets mining, but no, I haven't used it in a while. I haven't mined in a long time, like proof of work. Sotko, my man, the way Denzel says it. Yeah, I hear you. I can't do a Denzel voice, but I hear it. It's in my head. So yeah, Robinhood, it's doing good for adoption and price, but nobody's learning crypto that way. They don't learn how to make their own wallet, how to send, how to receive, how to mine it, what mining is, what it does, how fast the transactions are. Nobody knows anything about it. And if you're buying and selling an asset you know nothing about, maybe one day you're going to get wrecked. I don't know. I just don't think it's a good idea. Didn't they get hacked again? I don't think so. Did they? No, they gave out all the... They finally reimbursed all the money not that long ago. That'd be the first I heard about that they got hacked again. I don't think so. They finally dispersed all the money. That wasn't that long ago. Maybe that was like sometime last year in 2020. I think they finally gave back all the money that people got robbed of in their wallets. Let's check Decrypt. Let's see what you guys got. This NFT self-destructs if global temperatures rise to... See, it's all about the climate. I'm telling you guys, it's gonna get more and more intense on Bitcoin over the time. Look at this. Just because it's just everywhere. It's in every article. Everybody's talking about it. The environmental impact of Bitcoin. It's gonna get worse. I wouldn't be surprised one day if Ethereum flips Bitcoin because of it. Ethereum sinks 8%. Ethereum transaction fees hit lowest levels since January. That's for sure. I mean, I got the Block Explorer up right here. That's pretty low fees. Joe Exotic launches Tiger King crypto. Oh my god. He's 2 years into a 22-year prison sentence for hiring someone to kill out Baskin, a contract killer, as well as 17 federal wildlife violations, including killing a tiger at a zoo. Oh my god, 17 federal wildlife violations. sought help with the crypto market to save wild animals and get him out of jail. About 200,000 worth of his coin launched earlier this month trades on Uniswap in 1 inch each day. We never let Carol win. Find your inner tiger as Joe and his legal team stage the comeback of the century. Oh, God. What? We will land the first tiger on the moon to free Joe. Yeah, they should send one of the tigers from Tiger King, because that seems appropriate. Because I don't know if you guys watched that show. If you guys didn't watch Tiger King, please watch Tiger King on Netflix. I've got a lot of great suggestions for you. You need more suggestions? Come on back in the stream. I'll suggest some great things for you to watch. Tiger King was great. It was so stupid, like the whole thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they just jammed a tiger inside of a spaceship and then just blasted it right into the moon. So there's just this tiger corpse being like freeze dried and space rotted, laying on the moon. A big tiger corpse just laying on the moon. It's not really too above the Tiger King. So T King. Oh man, T King. Is it listed? Tiger King. No way, Tiger King. It ain't a joke. Let's see, 90 days. When did it get listed? Okay, like days ago. Oh man, what's the circulating supplies? Almost a quadrillion. Oh, of course they are. What did I tell you guys? The fad nowadays is to release a circulating supply of like 1 quadrillion tokens. So I bet this is like burned and like helps the legal team, the Tiger King, to get out of jail and like appeal, and then some of it goes to like animal shelters and whatnot. It's never a dull day in crypto. It's sometimes. But if you look hard enough, you'll find some chaos in there. In the meat and bones. Buddy Bear, Twist Rabbit, thanks for following on Twitch, both of you. I was a little late on the other one, but Buddy Bear, thanks for following on Twitch, my friend. Enjoying the show, enjoying the Tiger King crypto. But yeah, guys, if you haven't hit the like button on YouTube, if you guys are watching on YouTube, hit the like button. We're at 59 likes. Let's get it to like 65. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, let's hit the like button, share, all that good stuff. I appreciate you. If you guys prefer watching on Twitch or YouTube, I'm on both. I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube live simultaneously. So either way, choose your platform. But yeah, ADA. Yeah, see, we're coming back up. Like I said, like we're going to be coming back up after the bottom here, and likely going to be dumping again. We'll have to see. What's Bitcoin at right now? Let's just check. Tiger King. I'm surprised that didn't come out sooner. 34th, 360. Yeah. Grizzly market. We need something new to come along. We probably need Monday, to be fair. I think Sunday's probably not going to be very good either. Now, if it's not a bloody Sunday, I wouldn't be surprised, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. So either Sunday's going to be mediocre like this and prices are just going to trade sideways, or it's going to dump. I really don't think there's going to be a rally on Sunday. I'd be surprised if it did rally. That'd be great. It'd be like, the perfect thing to be wrong about and have a rally and everything going up. But I think not until Monday. And now Monday's not guaranteed to rally either, but I think it wouldn't happen at least until Monday, a couple days. They said there was a security breach, but they were able to stop it and disable the withdrawal for a couple days. Oh man, they almost got him. Heard something like that somewhere. Oh, okay, there was a security. As soon as I saw his face in the ad. Oh man. Oh yeah. No, it's just so there's just so much degeneracy. The most unbelievable stuff happens in that while they were filming that documentary. And like what's surprising is that like they didn't realize that like that documentary was going to end like that. You know what I mean? The people that made this, they're probably just like, hey, for Netflix, I think we got this great show. Like we're going to film this Tiger King guy who is really weird and like has this freaking tiger zoo in like the middle of Oklahoma or whatever it was. And they're like, okay. And when they go to do it, they don't realize the brutal stuff that happens the whole time. Like people getting shot, like arms getting removed by tigers dying, like jail sentences, murders, all this crazy stuff happens in front of cameras while they were filming. And like, it's all real. It's not a reality show or anything. Like they were just filming this guy, like go about his day. And he's so weird. It's incredible. Like it's impossible not to just love this dude and like feel for him. Like even if he totally hired someone to murder them, you'd be like, good for you, Joe. Like at the end of that documentary, you're just like, man, I hope that guy gets out of jail. He is too cool. He's too cool. Like even though it just like the most degenerate crap happens in the Tiger King, it was like a revolution, like in TV for like until you were done with it. Like people couldn't get enough of it. I hope the market just goes up. Oh man, Upland. Oh, we're gonna get Upland NFTs. Well, we'll see if those work out. But either way, yeah. So I don't know. Doge is probably not doing so good either. But, Doge's trying. What was the low? 28. Now at 29.6. So yeah, trying. If it gets above the Ichimoku cloud, that's not bad for the moment. But I don't feel like anything. Look at that big volume. Look how high that volume is. Wow, incredible. That's a lot of volume. So you can see the difference there, just in the general how much people are trading. So somebody must have bought an unbelievable amount of Doge at like 28 cents. So somebody's really confident right here. Look at that. That's clearly like mostly one person, as this is like a group of people like reacting to how it's going up and down and stuff. But this is like a bunch of people, of course, but also like one person must have bought a ton of Doge just now. So that's kind of pushing it back up. But that person's going to regret it. I don't think it's going to stay at 29, 30 cents, 28, etc. I think we're going to see like 27, 26 probably end of the night. Maybe Sunday. I don't know. I heard some other YouTubers like agreeing that Sunday was going to be pretty bloody. I don't know if I agree with that entirely. I think there's some support for Bitcoin at 30,000. Bitcoin would definitely have to go under 30,000 for there to be like a bloody Sunday. And if it does, bloody Sunday. If it doesn't, no. So it's kind of up in the air for me, but I think there's quite a bit of support. We'll have to see. It depends on how long it hangs out at 30,000. If it hangs out there long enough, it'll break through the support zone. Gavy, hello, how are you? Welcome to the channel. Most of my stuff and viewers are on YouTube. Twitch is I have a slightly less of a presence. 101 block explorer. Okay. All right. Look at that NFT. Good work, mate. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's see. What next? What else we got? Let's check a look. Nothing really going on here. Maybe I could find some more stuff. Anything good? Nobody's really posted anything good today. We're just out of good stuff for the most part. If you can hold a 401k plan for 30 to 40 years, you can hold Bitcoin for 3 to 4 years. I agree with that one. Just bought dinner using Nano. Don't spend your Nano. Stumbled upon the first ever Bitcoin post on Reddit. Let's see what the first post ever was on Reddit. 10 years ago on Reddit Libertarian. Imagine a digital commodity like currency that depends on no central authority or printing press. It being completely generated and managed by only the people. It's called Bitcoin, an open source MIT licensed project created by Satoshi Nakamoto. Bitcoin is cryptographically and collectively managed by voluntary nodes on the Bitcoin network. Coins are generated by CPU power and harder to generate as it reaches its finite limit of 21 million coins. Right now, a coin is worth around 6 cents, which fluctuates mostly with the cost of energy to generate them. I just thought this would interest you guys. The more we get to adopt it, the more likely it will succeed and maybe replace government-backed fiat currency. Theoretically, this could be the next gold. Theoretically, huh? I'm sure that person was a little bit right. Just a little bit. Only 6 cents. I mean, 6 cents, that's a hard bargain. 6 cents, man. Woof. I remember when Bitcoin was 0.3 of a cent. Man, 6 cents, I ain't buying. I ain't buying it. No, I'll take it at 4 cents tops. Get out of here with your 6 cent request. 6 cents. Boy, I mean, you're busting my balls, Bitcoin. You're busting my balls. I got, I got things to do, I'll take you at 4 cents. Spit on each other's hands, shake. That's my final offer. 4 cents. Man, getting Bitcoin at 6 cents. Legit. And then knowing to hold it for 10 years. Which is a little difficult to do. All right, it's time to go to bed. Hey, Christian, thank you. Thanks for leaving, Christian. There's only one important NFT, and that's the 1 pixel NFT. Sure, why not? Hey, you're busting my balls here, Bitcoin. So fucking 6 cents. I'll give you, I'll tell you what. You sell me it for 5 cents. I'll toss you a couple sandwiches. 5 cents and 2 sandwiches. Ain't paying a penny more. Oh man, first post on Reddit. It might be I don't know if it is, but that's really well written, particularly for 10 years ago too. Well, I like to see by CPU power. Yeah, not anymore. But this was really well written. I really like this. How well that was written. Really get the idea of it. Like, okay, like that. It's not just some crazy, like, there's a cryptocurrency, it's Bitcoin, it's going to be worth a lot of money, and you make coins, there's 21 million, This is actually pretty good. The better part is the responses to that OG post. Oh, I bet, yeah. I wonder if I can see the, oh, man, yeah, I want to see the original post. How can I do that? Oh, yeah. Let's look at the older ones. Whoops. So you have to waste electricity to make money? I find the idea rather stupid. Oh, man. Oh, no. This person would have $16 billion right now for like $1,000. Well, you have to give the currency some initial value. How do you believe it should be generated? If fiat money is such a bad idea, how can you come... These are all 10 years ago, by the way, guys, in case you can't see it on the screen. 10 years ago comments. We can continue that thread too. Oh no, we're not going to look in how people. I just want to see these. If fiat money is such a bad idea, how come you can use the US dollar to buy stuff, but Bitcoin is essentially useless? Yeah, essentially useless Bitcoin. 6 cents, busting my balls. You can buy it for 4. You can only buy. You can actually buy a lot with Bitcoin. You can purchase books and used items. There's one guy selling silver for the stuff. It's getting better every day. In addition, there's demand for buying Bitcoins. I remember that. I remember when Bitcoin first came out, like a few years after it first came out, you really couldn't buy anything with it. And there was like these really big deals when like a mom and pop shop in like New York City, like one, not even like a chain, like one store on some street in New York City, like starts accepting Bitcoin for their antiques and their mom and pop store. And it was like, cool adoption, like people are starting to buy it. Like I remember that, like 2012, 2013. A currency must be scarce, but wasting resources. Yeah, man, the skepticism. I get it though. Like the skepticism at first, like this is its concept is completely and utterly brand new, and you're just making this fake made up currency with money, and you're expecting it to have some kind of value. So you're basically running your computer all night for this fake, totally made up currency that just somebody made up on the spot. It's like somebody in the chat was like, hey, like I came out with this currency, right? And we've never heard currency before. I'd be like, sure you did. You know what I mean? Like, for sure. Like, I get it. Like, I'd be like, you know, if one of you guys were like, yeah, here's a link to this currency I made. You just run your CPU and it makes these coins. And I'd be like, what's the point of that? Like what are the point of having the coins? Like, what is this? You know, like, this has no value. I'm just wasting electricity. Your coins could be, like, deleted or, like, what is this internet, you know? So I get people's reaction, like, 2009, 2010 to this sort of thing. But when you look back on it, it is kind of silly. It's just like, oh, to waste money. But if he had just put in like $100, or if he just ran his computer for like 3 or 4 days and got like 3 or 4 blocks of Bitcoin, like 150 Bitcoin, and then forgot about it, and then like looked at his post and he's like, oh, I remember that. Oh, cool. I have $16 million now. I guess it wasn't a waste of money at all. It's silly. It's kind of fun. So you kind of take that today as well. Like, you can kind of extrapolate that to today. So it's like these ASIC miners have like 2,600 watts. You know, they're just like, they sound like vacuums. They're literally like 75 decibels, like running in the background. Like, you have to like put them in a basement or something because they're so loud. Like, if one was running back here, I might as well just plug in a vacuum cleaner and run it the whole time that I'm streaming. It just couldn't be done. So that's a lot of electricity cost. That's a ton of electricity cost. I mean, it's especially if it's like one of those warehouses where it's just 8 lines of ASICs as far as the eye can see. You know, that's like gigawatts of power, you know, like going through this place. And it's like, wow, it's costing us like $30,000 a month in electricity to run this warehouse, you know. And you're like, that's a lot, you know. It's just like, oh, you have to waste electricity to make money. But like, when we look back on this 10 years from now, like if it's like 2040 or something, we look back, you're like, only spending $30,000 to buy Bitcoin when it was only like $30,000. Like, oh my God. Like, the people would have just spent, like, if people would know the price now back then, you would literally be selling your house, selling the kids, selling the car, selling the shell toe shoes, selling your drugs, go buy Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Because now it's $14 million of Bitcoin. So $30,000 each, screw that. You know what I mean? Those people were so lucky to have it at $30,000. Sell your shell toe shoes, buy Bitcoin. Getting BTC in 2012 is stupid risky. Yeah, exactly. We can only look back and dream now. Those OG nerds who mine tens of thousands of Bitcoin on their 486s. Well, you mean like Pentium 4? Well, Pentium 4 was kind of crappy by then, but they had the dual core and the quad core then. They didn't have the Core 2 Duo then. The first Bitcoin iteration, it didn't use threading. So if you ran a like 3.2 gigahertz Pentium 4, like when Bitcoin first came out, it would be just as fast as any other, probably faster than most processors, because it only used one core, like Bitcoin mining. And then later there was an update for dual core, for like multi-core, so that it would SHA-256 on all cores. So if you used a quad core when it first came out, it'd only mine on one of your cores. So later on, it was 2, and then there were no pools, so you had to mine to a node. There were no pools. There was no block size limit. There was no 1 megabyte. When Bitcoin came out, it was an unlimited block size. Satoshi later on realized that could be a security issue of Bitcoin. You could just, you know, spam the network and make, you know, people like process 1 gigabyte blocks and stuff like that if you spammed it hard enough. So he implemented the 1 megabyte code. 2010 was the first exchange, and the earliest listed price was like 0.003 cents. So 0.3 of 1 cent was like the earliest listed price. The first other miner other than CPU was an FPGA. So FPGAs were easily programmed to mine SHA-256. They weren't as fast as ASICs, but ASICs didn't exist at the time, and that makes sense because you'd have to make an ASIC specific for SHA-256, whereas if you just had an FPGA laying around for anything, for any reason, you could just program that on the spot, but ASICs you can't. So you'd have to have a whole warehouse of building ASICs from scratch, all of the money to do that in order to mine Bitcoin, which nobody knew that it would even be worth anything, so there's no reason to actually develop that and spend all the money doing that. because that'd be a huge business cost to like start making ASICs for something that, you know, is worth 0.3 of a cent, and then GPU mining. So it went FPGA mining, GPU mining, ASICs. ASICs came out after. So FPGA came out first, and then people realized you could GPU mine. So for the first, for like, if Bitcoin came just online, it would be incredibly easy to get blocks. Even if you just had like a Pentium 4, like a 3 gigahertz Pentium 4 back then, which was kind of like it's still a good process, or still a reasonable processor in 2009, but not quite, you know, like it needed to be a little bit more powerful than that. But Pentium 4 would do just fine because there was no threading. It didn't use multi-threads like the original mining code. So you'd get block after block after block. You'd get 50 Bitcoin. You'd probably get hundreds and hundreds of Bitcoin a day if you started on like day one. It'd be easy, real easy. You'd have so much Bitcoin. And then all you would have to do is like just save some money. Like you could mine on anything back in the day. I mean, you could have your computer running, a laptop running, the parent's computer running. You could just do whatever and like connect to your node, and just you'd get hundreds of Bitcoin. And then if you waited till 2010, all you'd have to do is have some PayPal money, because they accepted PayPal back in 2010. Then after everybody ripped them off so much, they stopped using it. That's why basically nobody uses PayPal for to buy Bitcoin on exchanges and stuff nowadays. But yeah, for 0.3 of a cent, for $1,000, you could buy like 30,000 Bitcoin. For $10,000, you could buy like 100,000, like 300,000 Bitcoin or something like that, like more. You would have all the Bitcoin in the world. Like there wouldn't even be enough liquidity on the exchange for your money for like thousands of dollars. It would be hard for you to buy the coin because you would raise the value of it so much, so fast. If only knew before, there are thousands of ideas and businesses and whatever to invest in. Truth is, 99% will fail or won't be big at least. Yeah, fair enough. How and when did you get into crypto? How did you find out about it, and where did you first read about it? Like 2012, 13. I didn't get into it when it first came out. The reason why is like when it first came out, like I lived at a place that had like no internet for like a year in 2009. I was waiting to go into college in 2010. So I lived at this place for like cheap, and it had like no internet at all in 2009, like through the whole year. So I totally missed Bitcoin of it even existing. Because I was barely on the internet like 20 times in the whole of 2009. It was crazy. It was a crazy year. And then I went to college, and then when I was out, when I was like, I think I was still in, I'm not sure. I had my own place, and I remember watching, like back in the day, I used to watch a lot of RT News and RT America and stuff like that. I used to really like Crosstalk with Peter Lavelle. I was really into geography, so I loved Crosstalk. But actually later on, I started really hating that news network because it's just so incredibly biased. It's just so biased. It's amazing. But anyway, and on that news network, they talked about how Bitcoin had crashed from like nearly $1,000 to like 150. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, holy crap, everybody got wrecked. And on that news network, they would talk about Bitcoin once in a while. And along with what's his face, Max Kaiser. Max Kaiser used to be on RT News and stuff, and he would talk about Bitcoin. And I remember hearing about like mom and pop stores accepting Bitcoin. It was kind of a big deal because it's just like this one store. Buddy Bear, hey, what's up? Thanks for the follow too. And yeah, so that's how I remember Bitcoin at first. And I remember everybody's gonna get wrecked. I'm like, oh my god, 1,000 to 150. Holy crap! People lost so much money. And admittedly, at the time, I really didn't understand Bitcoin. I didn't put enough time into it. But it was later thereafter that I got more into it. So yeah, I kind of missed and not really missed the beginning wave. I missed for sure the beginning wave of it, like under $10, under $1 kind of thing. But I got into it probably when it was Yeah, like approximately $150, because that's when I started seeing it in the news and media from time to time. RT, you mean Russia Today? Yeah, that's the Russian propaganda machine. Yeah, they are on in the U.S. Yeah, on channels in the U.S. But I used to watch it on the internet, like 2012, 13. I was really into it. Like approximately about the time when Occupy Wall Street was going on. That was when I watched it a lot. And then I started hating RT because it's such insane propaganda. Because they made this one channel called RT America. So it's basically Russia Today America, which makes absolutely no sense. And all it is propaganda about how much America sucks. That's basically what it is. Like, I dare you. Go, like, type in YouTube right now, Russia Today America. It's a channel. It's called RT America. And, like, look what it is. All it is America bashing from the Kremlin. It's a state-funded Russian news network called RT America. It's basically pure propaganda. And at the time, I didn't really care because I really liked the news and I really liked geography and learning from a big perspective. And I watched other news as well. So I watch everything from a big perspective. I'm really into geography, when as a geographer, cartographer, etc., like little computer science, economics. So I really enjoy that sort of thing, like hearing all the perspectives. But after a while, I just can't take it. It's so bad. Even Crosstalk started getting really bad. That was a great show for a while. They just basically bring one person on to beat up. It's like two people with the same ideas as the Kremlin, plus Peter Lavelle beating up on some liberal or conservative or something, and they just beat them up the whole show, and that's all it is. And I started to realize that pretty quick. But yeah. And then RT News, you'd figure Russia Today News. You'd figure it'd be about the world. You get it that it's a world news network, but you'd figure that there would be some news on Russia. No, there isn't. There's no news on Russia on RT News, on Russia Today. Yes, I know. There is no news on Russia. Like, because Russia sucks. There's some problems with, like, America sucks. Okay? In some ways, I love my country. I apologize. I love my country. I love all countries. But Russia has some problems. England has some problems. Germany has some problems. France, America. Okay, every country has problems. But like RT News makes it look like Russia's just the greatest country in the world. Like that it's just the absolute greatest country in the world and can do nothing wrong. Except when they're just like beating up on gay people for marriage and like throwing them in prison. Or nerve agenting the opposition so that Putin can be a lifelong dictator in Russia. Or them just beating up gay people or gay women bans. None of that on Russia Today, right? Not what's happened in Russia Today. All Russia Today does is bash the whole rest of the world. It's just like, it's so funny. It's so funny. Like, watch it sometime. Like, RT and RT America is even worse. Because it's like just American news. And you'd figure, okay, that's fine, right? But like, all it is just terrible American news about how America sucks and is racist or this, that, or the other thing. Like, just all day. That's all it is. From Russia, who is just like so funny. Like, it's so funny hearing like Russia, bro, you can't rip on anybody. You realize that, right, Russia? Because, I mean, you're pretty fucked up. You know what I mean? It's like the pot calling the kettle black. Hey, oh, Russia, whoa, there's a gay person. Go beat him up. And they're like, and like the Tetris music starts playing and they just start beating the shit out of gay people. Like, just for no reason. Like, it's 1942. Beat them up. You know? Like, holy crap, man. It's not 1950s anymore. Nobody cares. Let the gay people get married. Who cares, Russia? Like, welcome to the new century, Russia. It's 2021. It's time to wake up, you know? So I couldn't stand it after a while because it's just like, I just want unbiased news. I just want like news of the world. Like whether it's a bad thing happening in the world. Like I just want unbiased news. And it's just Russia Today, America. That's like saying like America Today, Russia. And all it is just what happens in Russia, but bashing Russia from an American news source. It just makes no sense. Like the whole name makes no sense and everything. Like it's such blatant propaganda. At least you could try to hide it, you know? Not that like CNN and Fox News aren't, but at least they try to hide it, right? At least give me the dignity that you're trying, you know? Like spare my pride and dignity, and at least try to hide your propaganda. If you're just blatant propaganda, just call it that. Just be like, this is like Russian propaganda news network. You know, like, okay, fine, fair enough. Now you're like, you're honest about it. All nations are crap. Nationalism is just propaganda. Bitcoin and crypto exposing corrupt central powers. But yeah, crypto's not going away. Yeah, I don't mean to bash Russia too much. I mean, Russia's great in a number of ways. Every country's great in some ways. You know what I mean? The people mostly in it, you know, not the bureaucracy of it, but rather the people. Like, I'm not trying to bash the people, you know, the bureaucracy is what I'm bashing. This is amazing. This is Russia today, and there's literally no news about Russia at all. It's just bashing the whole rest of the world. Like, you know, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's incredible how they can, like, it's incredible. Fueled by the Russian, like, it should, like, today, Russia today, fueled by the Russian government. Here's our first news story. Like, they should just be, like, honest about it. Oh, man, state-backed media still in 2021? You guys are still doing state-backed media? God damn. Holy shit, what year is it in Russia? You guys are still doing state-backed media? Whoa, I thought we tried to hide that in all countries a long time ago. You guys aren't even trying? Man, Russia doesn't give a fuck. They don't care about nobody or nothing. They're just like, yeah, make a state news agency. And like, sir, nobody has done that in 70 years. I'm sorry, I'm a terrible Russian accent. And it's just like, screw it, just make it. Nobody cares. Does anybody care about Russia? And they're like, we sure don't. And does Russia care about anybody else? And the guy answers, we sure don't. It's just like, run it. And the guy's like, yeah, that's a great point. Let's run it. Agreed. People all over the world are the same, just trying to survive while being abused by the ruling powers. Taxation is theft. Government banks only rule through monopoly on violence. Yeah, that's true, man. Somebody's going to end up watching this video post afterwards. They'll be like, hey, you don't like Russians. Like, that's not true. I just don't like the Russian government. It's so bad. They just don't care about nothing. Nothing. There's like 3 chicks, and they're like, you know, they ain't got no shirts on, and they're like playing guitars and stuff, and along come the police, and they just straight drop kick them right in the chest and just, come on, you're coming with me, right? And if you run for president against Vladimir Putin, you're just gonna straight get nerve gassed and then beat up and sent into prison. It's so blatantly obvious that Russia doesn't even care. They're like, no, he's our opposition. Like, it's so obvious to the entire rest of the planet. They just don't care. They're acting as if, like, it's like they're caught on camera, but they're still with their hand with the cookie jar. They're like, and they see the camera and they're like, and they just don't care. They just don't care. It's like, hey, the whole world is like, hey, Vladimir Putin, we realize that you're a dictator and you've been in power for way too long. We kind of also see your elections from a distance. And don't get me wrong, I know the whole 2020 election for America was very controversial. But we see that you get like 99.9% of the votes in Russia, and that you're just unanimously renamed as the new president of Russia every time. That's just, wow. I mean, that's not how statistics work. That's amazing, Russia, that you can do these statistics that just don't work in the rest of the world or anywhere in the universe. That's amazing. It's just so amazing. Oh, and you have some opposition this year, and he happened to get poisoned with nerve gas. Wow. Because that's such a common thing. Like, everybody just happens to have nerve gas laying around that they can poison anybody they want with. That's amazing. That's definitely not like a Russian-backed thing. Nah. And then when he gets back to Russia, you immediately arrest him after he was an inch of his life from the nerve gas. Amazing. And now he's just in prison for no reason because he ran for president. Amazing. That's just amazing how that works. Statistics. God, Russia, you guys are so good at statistics. I just wonder, and like, the whole world sees this, but nobody cares. Like, just nobody cares. Nobody mentions it. Like, hey, Putin, we realize you're kind of smart. I actually kind of like the things that Putin says. Like, some of the things that Putin says is really smart. Like if you've ever heard his speeches and stuff, like he really tells it how it is. Like he basically will tell you like that the rest of the world is, crazy. And like, some of the things he says, it's pretty true. But at the same time, nobody questions it at all. It's just like, oh, this guy's president again. Oh, they're having an election again. I wonder who's going to win that one. Right? I wonder who's going to... It's even more certain than Saddam Hussein winning the election. You know what I mean? Like an election goes on in Iraq and it's Saddam Hussein versus the opposition. Boy, I wonder who's going to win that one, And I think with Putin it's even more. It's like, geez, boy, he's got some good competition this year for presidency, huh? I wonder who's going to win. I think the other guy's got a chance this year. It's so funny that everything is basically just a facade to beguile, distract the POs to keep them working poor and just kill, assassinate anybody who's a real thorn. Yeah, I suppose that's the way in the rest of the world, but Russia's fun. Russia's a good time. Real classic characters. The kind of people you want to have on your side in a war, that's for sure. But otherwise, crazy. Are U.S. elections more legit? Yes, significantly. At least it's not just like, boy, I wonder who's going to win this election for the past 25 years. You know what I mean? At the very least, right? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I think all elections are a little bit fraudy. And I think there's some definite fraud in just about every election to some degree. And does it really matter who's U.S. president? Kinda, like barely. It's only one branch of our executive, of our like branch of government, like the executive, the legislative, and the judicial, right? So even with the president, he still has to agree to things, and even if he has an idea, the rest of the representatives in the Senate have to agree with it as well. So it's not as but like with Russia, it's like, geez, I wonder who's going to win this election this year. Does anybody want to bet on the other guy? I'll give you 100 to 1 odds, and you'd be like seriously, next, like if you guys think that it's not like that I'm lying at all, I'll take a bet. I'll make that monetary bet when it's election time in Russia and it's Putin versus whatever dude who happens to be running against him. I'll take a bet on Putin if you're confident enough. I don't think anybody's going to take that bet for the other guy. I'll give you 100 to 1 odds, too. Who's going to win the election coming to America 2020? We're already past 2020. U.S. elections were until this year kind of with a kid running. Well, I mean, U.S. elections kind of with a kid running? I don't get what that means. I don't understand what that means. U.S. elections have been going on for 250... almost 300 years. Like, at least it changed. Like, what I'm just saying is at least it changes presidents. Like, I'm sure, like, all elections, like, when like, even in Germany, England, everywhere, like, and you're just kind of like, boy, I think that election was rigged. But, like, at the very least, it, like, changes people, and you can at least be like, maybe not. But when it comes to, like, Russia, you're like, wow, I wonder if that was rigged or not. You know what I mean? There's not much question about it. Heavy sarcasm, when Putin wins by a landslide of 98% votes for Putin and 2 for the other guy in all of Russia. You're just like, wow, that's crazy. How much people love Putin. How just the statistics of the entire country all vote for one guy. Amazing statistics. It's just amazing. Not possible anywhere else in the entire universe, but here in Russia, totally. It's pronounced Putin. It's pronounced Putin. Yeah, Putin. Watched a good video for a few years ago interviewing a bunch of older Russian people. They all talk about how it's all part of the design. The elections are known to be rigged by everyone. This instills a sense of hopelessness into the citizens. This is apathy necessary for ruling elite to stay in power. It's a game of masterful game, honestly. Yeah, I don't care. Like, whatever. That's whatever. Not my problem. But yeah, I suppose we're running out of steam here on the show. Down to 22. But I appreciate you guys all showing up. Before we get out of here, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet on YouTube, it's a great place to be. A lot of news, a lot of tutorials, all kinds of hot stuff. So give me a subscription on YouTube. I appreciate that, and give me a follow on if you're on Twitch or on YouTube right now. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I might make a video tomorrow. I kind of doubt it. Tomorrow I'm going to be really busy, but I usually make videos every few days for anybody that's new here. You were being sarcastic. Biden 80 million. Yeah, I get it. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here, guys. I appreciate y'all showing up. Appreciate all the subscriptions, follows, all that good stuff. And I'll probably catch you in the next video.